Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been holding this in for years now, but I need to share it with people who might understand. This happened about 7 years ago during our annual family reunion at my grandparents' hunting cabin. It's one of those places so remote that your phone becomes nothing more than a camera. Absolutely 0 bars of service. The cabin sits deep in the woods in northern Michigan, and you have to drive about 40 minutes down a dirt road after leaving the highway just to reach it. That particular reunion was bigger than usual. My parents were there along with my brother Jake, my aunt and uncle with their 3 kids, my grandparents of course, and even my mum's cousin and her husband who rarely made it to family events. The cabin itself isn't that big, just 4 bedrooms, a main room with the kitchen and a screened-in porch, so it was pretty crowded with all 14 of us there. The day had been normal enough. We'd gone fishing at the lake about a mile from the cabin, had the traditional big cookout with too much food, and spent the evening around the fire pit telling stories and roasting marshmallows. Nothing unusual at all, just family stuff. As the night wore on, people started heading inside to sleep. My youngest cousin fell asleep in my aunt's lap first, then the older folks started yawning and making their way to bed. By around 11 at night, it was just me and Jake still sitting by the fire. I was 23 at the time, and he was 25. We weren't really talking much, just staring at the dying embers and enjoying the quiet after a day of constant family chatter. The fire had burned down to mostly coals by then, giving off just enough light to see the immediate area around the pit, but not much beyond. The cars, I think there were 5 or 6 of them, were parked in a row maybe 30 feet from where we sat, just barely visible in the dim light. Everyone had parked in a line along the edge of the clearing where the cabin sits. I remember feeling really peaceful, listening to the crackling of the last bits of wood and the chorus of frogs and crickets in the woods. The moon was just a sliver that night, so beyond the glow of our fire, everything was pitch black. You know how dark it gets when you're really away from civilization. It's not like regular darkness. It's complete, the kind where you can't see your hand in front of your face. That's when I first noticed it. At first, I thought I was seeing things, like when your eyes play tricks on you in the dark, but then Jake tensed up beside me, and I knew he'd spotted it too. Between the cars, maybe 3 feet off the ground, was a solid bar of green light. It wasn't a beam like from a flashlight, it was a distinct shape, like a horizontal bar about a foot long. The green wasn't neon bright, but it wasn't dim either. It was steady and solid, and the color was wrong somehow. Not like any flashlight or glow stick I've ever seen. It was a deep, almost emerald green, but with an unnatural quality to it. "Do you see that?" Jake whispered, his voice sounding strange in the quiet night. I nodded, then realized he might not see the gesture in the dark. "Yeah," I whispered back. "What is that?" We watched as this bar of light moved between the first 2 cars. It wasn't bobbing or swaying like it would if someone was carrying it. It moved at this steady, perfectly even pace, too steady for a person walking, and there was no sound at all, no footsteps, no rustling, nothing, just this eerie, silent green bar gliding along. As it passed between the cars, it cast this faint green tint onto the bumpers and the sides of the vehicles. The reflection made it clear this wasn't just our imagination. It was something physically there, giving off light. "Should we wake everyone up?" I asked, not taking my eyes off the light. "Let's see what it is first," Jake said, standing up slowly. I stood too, but neither of us moved toward it right away. We just watched as the green bar made its way methodically past all the cars. It wasn't in a hurry. It moved like it had all the time in the world. which somehow made it more unsettling. When it reached the last car, my grandfather's old pickup truck, the light paused for maybe 3 seconds, just stopped completely, then it started moving again, heading behind the cabin, where there's nothing but woods. "Come on," Jake whispered, and started walking cautiously toward where the light had been. I followed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We skirted around the cars, keeping our eyes on the green bar as it continued its steady path. As we moved away from the fire, the darkness pressed in around us. I could barely make out Jake's shape ahead of me, just a silhouette against the slightly less dark background of the clearing. The light was rounding the corner of the cabin now, heading toward the back. There's nothing back there, just a small storage shed about 20 yards from the cabin, and then dense forest beyond that. No paths, no clearings, nothing. We followed it, staying maybe 30 feet behind. I don't know why we didn't call out or try to catch up to it. Something about that light made me instinctively keep my distance. As we moved around the cabin, we lost the faint glow from the fire pit completely. Now the only light was that green bar, moving steadily ahead of us. The back of the cabin was pitch black. The few windows were dark. Everyone inside was asleep. I could hear Jake's breathing next to me as we paused at the corner of the building, watching the green light continue on its path toward the tree line. "What the hell is it?" I whispered, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. Jake didn't answer. He just put his hand on my arm, a gesture to stay quiet, I think. We stood there watching as the light maintained the exact same speed, never faltering, never changing. It was now approaching the edge of the woods. We started following again, moving slowly over the uneven ground. I nearly tripped on a root, catching myself just in time. The light didn't react to the sound at all. It just kept moving. Something strange was happening with the distance between us and the light. We were walking toward it, but somehow we weren't getting any closer. At the same time, it wasn't pulling away from us either. It was like we were locked at this exact distance, close enough to see it clearly, but never close enough to make out what was creating it. The light reached the first trees and continued on, now weaving between the trunks. We stopped at the edge of the woods. Even in the daytime, those woods are dense and hard to navigate. At night, with no flashlights, it would have been suicide to try to follow it in. So we stood there, at the border between the clearing and the forest, watching as the green bar moved deeper among the trees. It was maybe 50 feet in now, still visible between the trunks, still moving at that same steady pace. And then it happened. The light didn't fade or flicker or gradually disappear. It simply vanished. 1 second it was there, gliding between 2 large oaks, and the next second nothing. Total darkness. It was so sudden it made me gasp, like someone had flipped a switch. We stood frozen, staring into the darkness, where the light had been. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Maybe a minute, maybe 10. I was straining my eyes so hard, trying to see something, anything, that I started seeing spots. "Should we go look?" I finally whispered. Jake was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "Let's go back." We turned and made our way carefully back around the cabin. The fire pit was just a dull red glow now, barely giving off any light at all. Neither of us spoke as we walked back to it. I felt cold despite the mild summer night, and I could tell Jake was shaken too. When we reached the fire, Jake kicked some dirt over the remaining embers. "We should go in," he said, his voice sounding more normal now, but still tight. "What about what we just saw?" I asked. He shrugged, but I could tell it was forced casualness. "I don't know what it was, but I don't think we should mention it to the others. You know how Grandpa gets with his ghost stories, and the kids would be scared." I nodded, even though I wasn't sure I agreed. Part of me wanted to wake everyone up, to have more witnesses, to confirm we weren't losing our minds. But another part of me understood what Jake meant. What would we even say? that we saw a floating green bar of light that disappeared into the woods. It sounded ridiculous, even though I knew what I'd seen. We went inside, stepping carefully around sleeping cousins on air mattresses in the main room, and found our spots, Jake on the couch, and me on the floor beside it. I don't think either of us slept much that night. I know I didn't. I kept replaying what we'd seen in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The next morning, while everyone was having breakfast, Jake and I went outside to check the area where we'd seen the light. In the daylight, there was nothing unusual. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing that would indicate anything had passed through there. We never mentioned it to the rest of the family. Over the years, Jake and I have brought it up occasionally when we're alone, trying to figure out what it could have been. We've looked online for similar experiences, researched strange lights in forests, checked local legends, everything. Nothing matches what we saw. Was it some kind of weird natural phenomenon? A prank by locals? Some military test? I've gone through every possible explanation, but none of them fit exactly what we witnessed. I've been back to the cabin several times since then. Each time I find myself staring into the darkness at night, watching for that green light. Part of me wants to see it again, to confirm it was real. Another part of me dreads the possibility. It's been 7 years, and I still get chills thinking about that night. The eeriest part wasn't just the light itself, but the deliberate way it moved. Like it had purpose. Like it knew exactly where it was going. And sometimes, in the moments before sleep, I can't help but wonder, what if it wasn't moving away from us that night? What if it was leading us somewhere, and what would have happened if we'd followed it into those woods? Story 2. I've got to get this off my chest because it's been eating me alive. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear every word is true. Maybe someone here has seen similar things and can help me make sense of it all. I've lived my entire life in this tiny speck of a town in rural Ohio, right near the Kentucky border. Our house sits on the edge of civilization with nothing but 2 massive stretches of private forest behind us. Most days, it's peaceful, beautiful even. But there's something not right about those woods. Growing up, I spent countless hours exploring those forests. I know every creek bed, every fallen tree, every deer trail for miles. The wildlife has always been what you'd expect. Plenty of deer, raccoons scavenging around, coyotes howling at night, and every couple of years, a black bear passing through. Normal stuff. But then there are the other things, the things I can't explain. The first time I noticed something was off, I was 9 years old. My dad and I had been clearing some brush near the edge of our property. We'd moved this massive log, had to be 50, maybe 60 pounds, and left it in a pile by the tree line. The next morning, I was waiting for the school bus at the end of our long driveway. It was early, still pretty dark out, and dead quiet except for the birds starting to wake up. That's when I heard it, this weird rustling sound coming from the trees, followed by this deep rumbling growl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. It wasn't like a dog or coyote. It was deeper, bigger somehow. Before I could even process what I was hearing, there was a loud crack, and suddenly that same massive log we'd moved the day before came shooting out of the brush like it had been fired from a cannon. The thing spun through the air and crashed halfway across our yard, way closer to me than it had any right to be. It wasn't rolled or pushed, it was thrown, hard, and whatever threw, it had to be incredibly strong. I froze completely, couldn't even breathe. I kept staring at the tree line, but I never saw what did it. After what felt like forever, the bus finally came, and I ran to it, never mentioning what happened to anyone. Who would believe a 9-year-old kid anyway? For a while after that, I convinced myself I'd imagined it or exaggerated it in my head. Maybe the log wasn't as heavy as I thought. Maybe it was just an animal digging underneath it that caused it to roll down a hill I hadn't noticed. I came up with every explanation except the obvious one. Something in those woods had thrown it, A couple years passed without incident. Then one night when I was 11, I had two friends staying over. We were up late, probably around 11 or midnight, just talking and being stupid kids in my bedroom on the second floor. My window faced the backyard and the forest beyond. I remember I was in the middle of telling some dumb joke when one of my friends suddenly went quiet and pointed out the window. "What's that?" he asked. I turned to look, and that's when I saw it. A figure, unmistakably person-shaped but all wrong, walking along the tree line at the edge of our property. This thing was enormous. Even from a distance, I could tell it was tall, 6 feet at minimum, but probably closer to 7 or 8. It had this weird, hulking shape, super broad shoulders and a thick upper body that tapered down. The proportions were just off, and the way it moved was the worst part. It was so quiet, so smooth, like it was gliding almost. No stumbling or loud footsteps like you'd expect from something that size moving through underbrush in the dark. All three of us saw it. We ducked down below the windowsill immediately, like we'd rehearsed it. Nobody said a word. We were terrified it would somehow know we had spotted it. After a few minutes, we worked up the courage to peek again, but whatever it was had moved on. We didn't look out that window again until morning came. The next day, my friends and I tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was just some guy trespassing, hunting illegally on our land. But deep down, we all knew that explanation didn't fit what we'd seen. The size was wrong. The movement was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. For years after that, I'd occasionally hear strange noises at night. Heavy footsteps circling our house sometimes, or branches breaking way too loudly in the distance. But I never saw anything substantial again until a few years ago. I'd taken up jogging to stay in shape, and I'd mapped out this trail that went pretty deep into the forest behind our property. On this particular day, it was early autumn, perfect weather for a long run. I'd gone about a mile past where people usually venture. There are no marked trails back there, just game paths and natural clearings. I was pushing myself, feeling good, when I had to navigate through this patch of thorny bushes. They were thick and grabby, tearing at my clothes, but I knew there was a nice little clearing on the other side that would make for easier running. When I broke through to the clearing, the first thing that hit me was the silence. I'm not talking about peace and quiet. I'm talking about complete and utter silence. No birds singing, no leaves rustling, no insects buzzing, nothing. It was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire forest. I stopped running immediately, that instinctive part of my brain screaming that something was very wrong. That's when I heard it, the sound of heavy branches snapping to my left. Not small twigs breaking under a rabbit's weight, but thick branches being shattered. I turned toward the noise, and what I saw still keeps me up at night. About 30 yards away, moving through the trees at the edge of the clearing, was something. It was enormous, standing upright on 2 legs, but moving with a speed that nothing that size should be capable of. It was covered in thick, matted fur, mostly black, but with streaks of dark brown and patchy tan areas. The fur wasn't uniform or clean, like you'd see on a healthy animal. It looked ragged, almost like it was partially missing in places. I couldn't make out its face clearly. Thank God for that. But I caught a glimpse of its profile as it sprinted across the gap between 2 thick trees. The head seemed too small for the body, almost sitting directly on those massive shoulders with barely any neck. Its arms were long, swinging as it ran, occasionally using them to push off trees to change direction. It moved with this terrifying purpose, like it knew exactly where it was going and what it was doing, and it was fast, freakishly, impossibly fast. It crossed that clearing in seconds, disappearing into the dense forest on the other side. I stood frozen for maybe 10 seconds before my survival instinct kicked in. I turned and ran back toward home, faster than I've ever run in my life, not caring about the thorns tearing at my skin as I crashed back through those bushes. The entire time, I felt like something was right behind me, about to grab me with massive hands. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the tree line and saw my house. Since then, things have gotten more frequent. 2 winters ago, after a heavy snow, I found footprints leading from the woods up to our house and around the back. They were huge, easily 15 inches long, and the stride length was close to 4 feet. Whatever made them was taking steps twice as long as a normal human. I've heard tree knocks at night, hard, deliberate sounds of wood striking wood. Sometimes they come in patterns, 3 quick knocks, then 2 slow ones, then 3 quick again, like some kind of signal. Other nights, I've heard what sounds almost like a distant voice, too low and guttural to be human, but definitely trying to mimic speech. Twice now, something has slammed into the side of our house hard enough to rattle the windows and knock pictures off the wall. The first time, I thought a deer had crashed into it. The second time, it hit with such force that I'm certain it was intentional. When I checked outside both times, I found nothing. No blood, no fur, no evidence of what had struck with such force. The stray cats that used to hang around our property have almost all vanished. We used to have at least 6 or 7 that we'd feed occasionally. Now there's only 1, and it refuses to venture more than a few feet from the porch, even for food. I don't know if what I've been seeing is one creature or several. I don't know if it's some undiscovered species or something else. What I do know is that I'm not imagining it, and it's not going away. If anything, it seems more bold now, coming closer to the house, staying visible for longer periods. Last week, I was taking the trash out at dusk when I heard breathing. Not just any breathing, deep, rumbling breaths from something with massive lungs. It was coming from just beyond the tree line, not 20 yards from where I stood. I dropped the trash bag and ran inside, locking the door behind me. I've thought about setting up game cameras, but part of me doesn't want to know. What if I catch something on film that doesn't make sense? What if I see something I can't unsee, or worse? What if these things become aware they're being watched and decide to do something about it? My parents think I'm just letting my imagination run wild. No one in town talks about anything strange in those woods, though a few of the older locals get real quiet when I bring up weird noises at night. One old-timer at the general store just shook his head and told me, "Some parts of those woods ain't meant for people, never were." Then he changed the subject. Whatever walks those border woods is still out there. I hear it most nights now, circling closer, testing boundaries. I don't go jogging in the deep woods anymore. I don't even like being outside after dark. But I can't move away. This is my home, my family's land for generations. So I'm stuck here, listening to something massive moving just beyond the trees, wondering when it will decide to stop watching and finally show itself completely, and wondering what I'll do when that happens. Story 3. I've been putting off writing this for months, but I need to get it off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened during that night shift at the school where I work as a security guard. This happened back in April 2020, right when COVID was hitting hard. The school I work at is this old New England campus. Been around since the late 1800s. It's one of those prestigious boarding schools with beautiful old brick buildings mixed with some newer construction. When the pandemic hit, they evacuated all the students practically overnight. One day, the place was bustling with teenagers. The next day, it was a ghost town. I'd worked there for about 3 years at that point, but I'd never seen the campus completely empty before. Usually, even during breaks, there were international students who stayed behind, or faculty members living in their campus housing. But with COVID, it was just us security guards. 4 of us total, working in rotation. The campus is pretty spread out. There are 8 student dormitories, beautiful old brick buildings with slate roofs. There's also what we call the adult dorm, where some teachers live. But the top floors have been abandoned for years. We have these old condos that got converted to administrative offices, an old Victorian house that's now the admissions office, a New England church, a boathouse down by the river, an old library, and the original school building which dates back to the school's founding. Then there are the newer buildings, the rec center, sports complex, science building, and arts center, all built within the last 15 years. My shift that night started at 11 p.m. It was unseasonably cold for April, and there was this eerie fog hanging over the campus. I remember thinking how the empty buildings looked like something out of a horror movie, all dark and looming in the mist. We were supposed to do a full campus check every 2 hours, which meant walking through every building to make sure nothing was amiss. This was new protocol because of the pandemic. They were worried about break-ins or vandalism with the campus being so empty. I started my first round at midnight. The newer buildings were fine, nothing unusual. I checked the rec center, which has this big indoor pool that was covered and drained. The whole place smelled like chlorine, even though nobody had used it in weeks. The sports complex was normal too, just dark and empty. The silence was what got to me the most. Usually these places would have sounds, fans running, students talking, music playing, but now there was just nothing. Everything was going fine until I got to the science building around 1 in the morning. The science building is connected to the old school building by an enclosed walkway. I'd just finished checking all 3 floors of the science center and was about to cross over. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Running footsteps on the floor above me. I froze because it made no sense. I was on the top floor of the science building, and the only thing above me was the mechanical room with the HVAC systems, which was only accessible from outside. And these weren't mechanical sounds. They were unmistakably footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes running across the floor. I called out, "Hello, security here. Is someone there?" My voice echoed in the empty hallway. The footsteps stopped immediately. I figured maybe it was one of the other guards, though they weren't supposed to be in this section. I radioed in, "Hey, is anyone in the science building?" My colleague, Tony, responded, "Negative. I'm over in the library and Jake is in the admin building. You all right?" "Yeah, just thought I heard something. Probably the building settling." But I knew that wasn't it. Buildings settling don't sound like running footsteps. I crossed over into the old school building, which always gave me the creeps, even when it was full of people. It's 4 stories tall, with narrow hallways, creaky wooden floors, and classrooms with those old-fashioned transoms above the doors. The first floor was quiet, and I methodically checked each classroom, turning my flashlight into dark corners and behind doors. As I started up the stairs to the second floor, I heard the footsteps again. This time they were directly above me on the 3rd floor. Quick steps moving from one end of the hallway to the other, then stopping. I hesitated on the stairs, my heart starting to pound. I told myself it had to be an explanation. Maybe an animal got in somehow, a raccoon or something, but deep down, I knew those were human footsteps. I made my way to the 2nd floor, listening. Nothing. I continued up to the 3rd floor where I'd heard the sounds. The hallway was empty. All classroom doors were closed and locked as they should be. I checked each one anyway, rattling the handles to confirm they were secure. They were. Just as I was about to head up to the 4th floor, I heard footsteps again, but this time they were coming from the floor below me, where I'd just been. It sounded like someone running from one end of the hallway to the other. My mouth went dry. There was no way anyone could have gotten past me on the stairs. The building only had one staircase that connected all floors, and I would have seen someone. I radioed in again. "Guys, are you absolutely sure no one else is in the old school building?" "Positive," came the reply. "What's going on? I keep hearing footsteps, but there's nobody here." "Old buildings make noise, man, especially when the temperature changes at night." "Yeah, maybe." I decided to skip the 4th floor of the old building. At this point, I just wanted to get out of there. I headed back down the stairs, moving quickly but trying not to run. I didn't want to admit to myself that I was scared, but I was. I left the old school building and headed for the Arts Center, which was my next stop. The art center is one of the newer buildings with big open spaces for the art studios, music practice rooms, and a small theater. I figured I'd feel better in there. Newer buildings are less creepy, right? I used my key card to enter through the main doors. The lobby was dark except for the exit signs casting a red glow. I turned on the lights and felt some of my tension ease in the bright modern space. That's when I heard the voices. They were faint at first, just the sound of two people talking, their words indistinct, but the cadence unmistakable. It sounded like they were upstairs, maybe in one of the practice rooms or art studios. "Hello," I called out. "Security. The building is supposed to be closed." The voices continued, uninterrupted. They didn't seem to notice or care that I was there. I headed up the stairs to the second floor, where I thought the voices were coming from. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs, the talking stopped abruptly. Then came a loud slam, like a door being forcefully closed. I moved toward the sound, which seemed to come from the multi-purpose room, a space used for club meetings and movie screenings. The door was closed but not locked. I hesitated, then opened it slowly. The room was empty, no sign that anyone had been there. The chairs were stacked against the wall, and the projection screen was rolled up. I checked behind the AV cabinet and in the small storage closet. Nothing. I was about to leave when something caught my eye. There's a large window on one wall of the room, and with the lights on, it created a reflection of the room. In that reflection, I saw something that wasn't there when I looked directly at the room. A face, a blue face, like someone who couldn't breathe. It was shorter than me, maybe the height of a young teenager, and it seemed to be struggling for air. I spun around, but there was nobody there. I looked back at the window, and the reflection was gone. I've never felt fear like that before. My whole body went cold, and I couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then I ran. I just flat out ran out of that room, down the stairs and out of the building. I didn't even turn off the lights. Outside, I stood in the parking lot, trying to catch my breath and convince myself I hadn't seen what I'd just seen. My radio crackled. It was my supervisor wondering why I'd stopped reporting my location. "I'm outside the art center," I managed to say, taking a short break. "Everything all right?" "Yeah, fine." I couldn't bring myself to finish the security check that night. I went back to the guard station and made up some excuse about not feeling well. The next day, I told my boss what happened. He's this older British guy who's been working at the school for decades. I expected him to laugh it off, but he didn't. Instead, he told me two stories. The first was about his own experience in one of the old buildings years ago when he felt cornered by something he couldn't see but could definitely feel. He said he'd never been so terrified in his life. The second story was about the history of the campus. Apparently, back in the early 1900s, there were two boys who used to play on a homemade raft in the river near where the boathouse now stands. One day, one of the boys fell off and drowned. The other boy tried to get help, but it was too late. According to my boss, there have been sightings over the years of what people believe is the ghost of the drowned boy, a bluish figure that seems to be struggling to breathe. I've worked plenty of night shifts since then, but I've never experienced anything like that again. I still avoid the art center and the old school building when I can, especially at night. Sometimes I wonder if the emptiness of the campus during COVID somehow stirred things up, like the absence of living people made it easier for the dead to be noticed. I don't know what I believe about ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. That blue face in the window, I'll never forget it, and I can't help but wonder if that poor drowned boy is still there, trying to get someone's attention after all these years. Story 4. I've never told anyone about this before. I mean, I've tried explaining it to people, but they always brush it off as a weird childhood memory or me misremembering things. But I know what I saw that day at Camp Pinewood, and even now, 23 years later, I still can't explain it. This happened when I was 11 years old. My parents had shipped me off to summer camp in northern Michigan for 3 weeks, something about building character and getting fresh air. I wasn't particularly outdoorsy, but I didn't mind it too much. The camp was pretty standard. Swimming in the lake, archery, campfires, all that stuff. We slept in these small wooden cabins with 4 bunks each. My cabin mates were 3 other boys my age. Tanner, who was super into dinosaurs and could tell you the difference between an Allosaurus and a T-Rex like it was common knowledge. Derek, who was always sneaking in candy and had this ridiculous collection of Pokemon cards he'd brought despite the counselors saying not to. And Mike, who was the athletic one, always talking about the baseball league he played in back home. We got along pretty well, considering we were just random kids thrown together. The cabin itself was nothing special. Wooden walls with little windows, bunk beds with thin mattresses, and this perpetual smell of pine and boys who didn't shower enough. My bunk was on the bottom right by the door, which I hated because people would always bump into my feet when they walked in. One of the camp's weird traditions was this mandatory quiet hour right after lunch. They called it rest period, but everyone knew it was really just nap time for kids, which felt ridiculous when you're 11 and think you're basically grown up. None of us ever actually slept during quiet hour. Instead, we'd whisper jokes or talk about whatever 11-year-old boys talk about, mostly gross stuff or complaining about which counselors were meanest. This particular day was maybe our 5th or 6th day at camp. It was hot dash, that sticky, humid kind of heat where your t-shirt just clings to your back. Lunch had been these sad-looking hot dogs and baked beans that no one wanted to eat. We trudged back to our cabin for quiet hour, flopped on our bunks, and started our usual whispered conversations. Derek was telling us about how he'd snuck into the kitchen area and saw 2 of the counselors kissing, and we were all cracking up, not even trying to be quiet at this point. We were laughing, making kissing noises, the whole thing. Mike was doing some ridiculous impression of the counselors, and Tanner was practically crying from laughing so hard. Then we heard footsteps on the wooden stairs outside our cabin door. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. The kind that said, "You're in trouble." "It's Jenkins," Derek hissed, referring to the head counselor, this middle-aged guy with a permanent sunburn and a voice that could cut through solid rock. We all immediately shut up and dove under our covers. I remember pulling my scratchy wool blanket right up to my chin and closing my eyes, trying to control my breathing to seem asleep. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whoever was at the door could hear it. The thing about quiet hour was that if you got caught talking 3 times, you had to sit out the evening activity, which that night was supposed to be a bonfire with s'mores. The door creaked open. I kept my eyes shut tight, but I could sense the light changing as someone stood in the doorway. There was this moment of complete silence, and then a voice, but it wasn't Jenkins. It was Mr. Harmon, the camp director. He rarely interacted with us directly, usually leaving that to the counselors. His voice was soft but firm, with this weird accent I couldn't place, not quite southern, but something else. "You boys should be sleeping, not talking," he said, very matter-of-factly. "Rest now." That was it. No scolding, no threats of punishment. Just those few words. Then I heard the door close and his footsteps moving away. The whole interaction couldn't have taken more than 20 seconds. We'd gotten off easy, surprisingly easy. I waited about 30 seconds to make sure he was gone, then opened my eyes, ready to look over at the others and share a relieved laugh. But what I saw made my blood run cold. All 3 of them, Derek, Tanner, and Mike, were asleep. Not pretending, but actually genuinely asleep. Derek had his mouth slightly open, breathing deeply. Tanner was curled up on his side, his face peaceful. Mike was flat on his back, chest rising and falling rhythmically. At first, I thought they were playing a joke on me. I whispered, "Guys, he's gone." No response. I tried again, a bit louder. "Hey guys, cut it out." Nothing. I sat up in my bed and looked at them more carefully. These weren't kids pretending to be asleep. I'd seen my little brother fake sleep plenty of times, and this wasn't that. They were out completely. I got up and walked over to Derek's bunk first, since it was closest to mine. I poked his shoulder. "Derek?" No reaction. I shook him a little harder. Nothing. His body was completely limp, his breathing deep and regular. I moved on to Tanner, then Mike, with the same results. They were all in this deep, unresponsive sleep. The weirdest part was how quickly it had happened. We had all been awake, wide awake, laughing and joking, literally seconds before. Then Mr. Harmon says a few words, and suddenly everyone but me is in a deep sleep. It made no sense. I went back to my bunk and sat there, trying to process what was happening. The cabin had taken on this eerie quality I can't quite explain. It was still the same wooden walls, the same light filtering through the windows, but something felt different. The air seemed heavier, thicker somehow. There was this complete silence, except for the steady breathing of my cabin mates. I remember staring at the wall, this knotty pine plank right next to my bed, with a weird pattern in the wood that kind of looked like a face if you squinted. I stared at it for what felt like a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had Mr. Harmon done something to them? Was there something in the food at lunch that had finally kicked in? Was I going crazy? None of these explanations made any sense. But what I was seeing made even less sense. The whole thing was so unsettling that I eventually just laid back down. I didn't feel tired. I was actually wide awake from the adrenaline of the whole weird situation, but I just didn't know what else to do. I stared at the bunk above me, counting the wood slats supporting the mattress. 1, 2, 3. I must have eventually fallen asleep too, because the next thing I remember is being jolted awake by the camp bell ringing, signaling the end of quiet hour. I sat up quickly, disoriented. Around me, the other boys were waking up too, stretching and yawning like it was the most normal thing in the world. Derek was already talking about the swimming test we were supposed to do that afternoon, completely casual. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding strange even to me, "do you remember what happened before we fell asleep?" They looked at me with confused expressions. "What do you mean?" Mike asked, pulling on his sneakers. "Before quiet hour, we were all talking, and then Mr. Harmon came in, and then you all just fell asleep." Tanner laughed. "I don't remember Mr. Harmon. I was out as soon as my head hit the pillow. Those beans at lunch made me so sleepy." "Yeah, I don't remember anything," Derek added, "just laid down and conked out." I looked at them in disbelief, but we were laughing about the counselors kissing. You were all wide awake, and then Mr. Harmon came in and said we should be sleeping, and then you all just instantly fell asleep, like within seconds. They all exchanged glances. "Dude, you must have been dreaming," Mike said, shrugging. "I don't remember any of that." "Yeah, I was definitely asleep the whole time," Tanner agreed. I tried to argue to make them remember, but they all had the same story. They'd come into the cabin, laid down, and fallen asleep almost immediately. None of them remembered talking or laughing. None of them remembered Mr. Harmon coming in. I eventually gave up trying to convince them. We went on with our day. Swimming tests, dinner, the bonfire with s'mores that night. But I couldn't shake the memory of what had happened, or the unsettling feeling it left me with. The rest of camp passed without any similar incidents. I kept a close eye on Mr. Harmon whenever I saw him, but he never acted any differently toward me or acknowledged what had happened. He was just the camp director, doing camp director things, making announcements at meals, chatting with parents on visiting day, organizing the end-of-camp talent show. When I got home, I tried telling my parents about it, but they dismissed it as a dream or my imagination. Over the years, I've occasionally brought it up with friends, but the story always gets the same reaction. Either I dreamt it or misremembered, or it was just kids falling asleep because they were tired. But I know what I saw. I was wide awake. My cabin mates were wide awake, and then, in the span of 20 seconds, they weren't. But I still was. Sometimes I wonder if there was something in Mr. Harmon's words, some kind of hypnotic suggestion or, as ridiculous as it sounds, some kind of sleeping charm that somehow didn't work on me. Or maybe time did something weird in that cabin. Maybe I experienced some kind of time skip where what felt like seconds to me was actually minutes or even hours to everyone else, enough time for them to naturally fall asleep. I've never been back to Camp Pinewood. My parents sent me to a different camp the next summer, and after that I was old enough to stay home alone. I've tried searching online for information about Mr. Harmon or the camp, but it closed down in the early 2000s, and there's very little information available. To this day, I still don't know what happened in that cabin. Logic says there must be some rational explanation, but I've never been able to find one that fits. All I know is that I witnessed something I can't explain, something that still gives me chills when I think about it too much. And sometimes, when I'm having trouble falling asleep at night, I find myself thinking about Mr. Harmon's words. You should be sleeping, not talking, rest now, and wondering what power those simple words held over everyone but me. Story 5. I've never shared this online before, but I feel like I need to get this off my chest. It all started when I was about 7 years old, and it was the first time I experienced something unexplainable. Looking back now, it makes more sense why my mum always used to say that I attracted things from the spiritual realm. She'd tell stories about how, even as a baby, weird things would happen around me, toys turning on by themselves, lights flickering when I cried, that kind of stuff. I never thought much of it until I got older. My childhood wasn't exactly normal to begin with. My father died in a car accident when I was really young. I barely remember him, just fragments really. The smell of his aftershave, the sound of his laugh. My little sister had a different dad who had struggled with severe depression for years before ultimately taking his own life. So it was just us three, me, my sister and my mom, trying to make it work. My mom was amazing, working long shifts at the hospital to support us, but that meant she wasn't always around at night. She'd drop us off at different family friends who would babysit us while she worked those late hospital shifts. I never minded it much. It felt like having lots of aunts and uncles who weren't really related to us. One of these family friends was Rhonda. God, I haven't thought about her in years. She was this warm, gentle woman with the softest hands and the kindest smile. Her house always smelled like cinnamon and something else I could never quite place. Maybe vanilla. She lived alone in this modest two-story house that had these creaky wooden floors. I remember being fascinated by her 2 talking birds, these colorful parakeets that would repeat simple phrases like hello and what's up. I'd spend hours trying to teach them new words, but they never seemed interested in expanding their vocabulary beyond what they already knew. Anyway, this particular night I'm about to tell you about happened during summer break. My mom had a night shift, so she dropped us off at Rhonda's around 7 in the evening. It was still light outside, and we spent the first few hours watching cartoons and eating Rhonda's homemade chocolate chip cookies. My sister, who was about 5 at the time, was always clingy and afraid of everything. She hated sleeping alone and would throw absolute fits if forced to. When it got late, around 9 or 10, Rhonda announced it was bedtime. My sister immediately started whining about not wanting to sleep alone, so Rhonda said she could sleep in her room upstairs. I, on the other hand, always got the spare bedroom downstairs. I didn't usually mind. It had these cool, glow-in-the-dark star stickers on the ceiling that I loved watching as I fell asleep. That night, Rhonda tucked me in, like she always did. She had this routine where she'd pull the covers up to my chin, kiss my forehead, and then check under the bed and in the closet for monsters. She'd leave the door cracked open just enough to let a thin strip of hallway light in, and then she'd head upstairs with my sister. I remember lying there in that bed, staring at those plastic stars that were slowly losing their glow. The house had these weird sounds that I'd normally ignore. The hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of the house settling, the ticking of the grandfather clock in the living room. But that night, everything seemed louder somehow, more present, more intentional. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's the best way I can describe it. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours. I couldn't get comfortable, and this strange anxiety kept building in my chest. I wasn't normally an anxious kid, but that night I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, fear, but I couldn't pinpoint why. There was no thunderstorm, no scary movie I'd watched. Nothing that should have triggered this feeling. The digital alarm clock on the nightstand read 11:32. I remember staring at those red numbers, debating whether I should go upstairs to Rhonda's room. I didn't want to seem like a baby. I was the big sister after all. But something just felt off. I had almost convinced myself to get up when it happened. A voice, low, calm, and distinctly male, said, "Marissa, it's okay. Just go to sleep." It was so clear, so close, like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. But when I jerked up to look, nobody was there. The room was empty except for me. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared. Not immediately, anyway. Looking back as an adult, I should have been terrified. A strange man's voice in my room when I was alone. That's nightmare fuel. But as a 7-year-old who hadn't yet been conditioned to fear the paranormal, my first thought was more like, oh, someone's trying to help me sleep. The voice had this soothing quality to it, kind of like how you'd imagine a big brother or a nice uncle would sound. There was no malice in it, no threatening undertone, just gentle reassurance. And strangely enough, it worked. The anxiety that had been building in my chest started to dissipate, my eyelids grew heavy, and before I knew it, I was drifting off to sleep. I don't remember dreaming that night, just falling into this deep, peaceful sleep until morning. I woke up to the smell of pancakes and the sound of the birds chattering away in the living room. I rubbed my eyes, momentarily forgetting about the voice from the night before, until I walked into the kitchen and saw Rhonda at the stove, flipping pancakes. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she said with that warm smile of hers. "How did you sleep?" I climbed onto one of the kitchen chairs, my legs dangling above the floor. "I was scared at first," I said, matter-of-factly in the way that only kids can be. "But then somebody told me to go to sleep, and I did." Rhonda's hand paused mid-flip. "What do you mean somebody told you to go to sleep? Did you have a dream?" I shook my head emphatically. No, I was awake. I couldn't sleep, and I was going to come upstairs. But then a voice told me it was okay, and to go to sleep. She set the spatula down slowly and turned to face me fully. A voice? Was it a man's voice or a woman's voice? "A man's," I replied, reaching for the syrup. "He knew my name. He called me Marissa." I'll never forget the look on Rhonda's face in that moment. It was like watching someone's warm, comfortable expression crack and reveal something underneath. Not fear exactly, but a kind of uncomfortable recognition. Her smile stiffened, and she turned back to the stove quickly, her shoulders tense. "Well, you probably were dreaming and just don't remember falling asleep," she said, her voice a little too high, a little too forced. Dreams can seem very real sometimes. Before I could protest again that I was definitely awake, she changed the subject, asking if I wanted chocolate chips in my pancakes. And just like that, the moment passed. My sister came bounding down the stairs, complaining loudly about how the birds woke her up, and the rest of the morning carried on normally. My mom picked us up around noon, and I didn't think to mention the voice to her. Kids are resilient like that. Weird things happen, and we just absorb them into our understanding of the world without much question. It wasn't until years later, when I was about 14, that the memory resurfaced. I was having a sleepover at a friend's house, and we were telling ghost stories. When it was my turn, I shared the story about the voice at Rhonda's house. As I was telling it, I realized how creepy it actually was. How it should have terrified me at the time. My friend was appropriately freaked out and insisted I ask my mom if Rhonda's house was haunted. The next day, I casually brought it up to my mom while she was folding laundry. "Hey Mom, remember when Rhonda used to babysit us? Was her house haunted or something?" My mom paused, a half-folded towel in her hands. "Why do you ask that?" I shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant. "I just remembered this weird thing that happened once. I heard a man's voice in the spare bedroom downstairs. It knew my name." The towel dropped from her hands, and she sat down on the edge of the bed. "You never told me about that." "I guess I forgot until now. It wasn't scary or anything. The voice was nice." My mom looked at me for a long moment, then sighed. "I don't know if I should tell you this, but Rhonda had a son." "Had?" I asked, immediately picking up on the past tense. She nodded slowly. "He died in that room, the spare bedroom where you used to sleep. It was an overdose, accidental. He was only in his 20s. A chill ran down my spine, despite the warm summer day. What was he like? A lot like Rhonda, actually. Kind, caring, always looking out for others. He had his demons, but he was a good person at heart." She paused, then added, "That's probably why you weren't afraid when he spoke to you. Some presences aren't meant to frighten." That conversation opened something up in me. Or maybe it had always been open, and I just became more aware of it. Since that first experience, I've had many more encounters with things I can't explain. Shadow figures standing at the foot of my bed, objects moving on their own, whispers in empty rooms. The thing is, they've changed over the years. That first voice, the one I now believe belonged to Rhonda's son, was comforting, protective even. But as I've gotten older, the encounters have become darker, more hostile. Like whatever door was opened in my childhood has let in entities that don't have my best interests at heart. I'm 32 now, and just last week I woke up at 3:17 in the morning to find all the kitchen cabinets open. Every single one. I live alone. No one else has keys to my apartment. Sometimes I wonder if that night at Rhonda's set something in motion, made me more receptive to things most people can't perceive. Or maybe my mum was right all along. Maybe I've always attracted things from the spiritual realm, and that voice was just the first one I was old enough to remember. Either way, I can't help but long for the simplicity of that first encounter. A gentle voice telling me everything would be okay, because the things I sense watching me now, they don't feel gentle at all. Story 6. I'm not even sure where to begin with this. I've been dealing with this nightmare for years now, and it's gotten to the point where I dread nighttime. Everyone talks about how nice it is to crawl into bed after a long day, to feel that sweet relief when your head hits the pillow. I honestly can't remember what that feels like. It started gradually. At first, I just had this weird feeling of not being alone in my room at night. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you? It was like that, but stronger. I'd be drifting off to sleep and suddenly feel wide awake, my heart racing for no reason. Then I started seeing them. These, I don't even know what to call them, shadow people. But that doesn't quite capture it. They're like stretched out human silhouettes, completely black, standing around my room. They appear right as I'm about to fall asleep, that crucial moment when you're drifting off, but still slightly aware. I'll be almost gone, and then suddenly I'll see one of these things in the corner of my room, or beside my bed, or sometimes even leaning over me. And I'm instantly wide awake again, adrenaline pumping, too terrified to close my eyes. What's even weirder is this feeling I get in my chest right before I see them. It's like a physical warning system. There's this pressure, kind of painful, but not exactly. It's hard to describe. It's like a force or a sound, but inside my body. It's as if something is desperately trying to wake me up, to keep me from falling asleep completely. And when I ignore it, that's when the really bad stuff happens. I've tried everything. Sleep aids just make it worse because then I'm too groggy to snap myself awake when I need to. I've moved apartments twice thinking maybe it was something about the place, but they followed me. I've gone to doctors who just throw antidepressants or anxiety meds at me, which don't help at all. One even suggested I was experiencing sleep paralysis, but I can move just fine during these episodes. Eventually, I just learn to function on whatever scraps of sleep I can get. Usually, I'll fight it until I literally pass out from exhaustion for a few hours. It's not real sleep, not the restorative kind, but it's all I get. My whole life revolves around this now. I've lost jobs because I can't focus. Friends think I'm flaky because I cancel plans when I'm too exhausted. Dating is completely off the table. How do you explain to someone that they can't sleep over because the shadow people only appear when you're alone? But the worst part isn't the shadows themselves. It's what happens when I get desperate enough to ignore my body's warnings and try to force myself to sleep anyway. It's only happened 3 times, and each time was more terrifying than the last. The first time was about 2 years ago. I was going on 4 days with barely any sleep. I was hallucinating from exhaustion during the day, seeing things move in my peripheral vision, hearing whispers. I decided I was going to sleep no matter what. I turned my face to the wall and pulled the blanket up over my head completely. My thinking was simple. If I couldn't see them, maybe they wouldn't bother me. It actually worked for about an hour. I fell into the deepest sleep I'd had in months. Then I felt it. A hand. A large, cold hand with long, sharp nails. It started at the top of my head, just lightly touching my hair through the blanket. Then it slowly, so slowly, dragged down the back of my neck, across my shoulders and down my spine. The touch was deliberate, almost curious. I was paralyzed with fear for a few seconds. Then I launched myself out of bed, turning on every light in my apartment. I searched everywhere. Under the bed, though there is no under. I sleep on a mattress directly on the floor, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing, no one. The doors were locked, windows closed. I was completely alone, which somehow made it worse. I didn't sleep for 2 more days after that. The second time was about 6 months later. I'd been doing a bit better, managing to get maybe 3 hours a night by keeping a strict routine and sleeping with all the lights on. But one night, I was just so tired. I lay on my back with my arms crossed over my chest, trying to calm my racing mind. I felt the pressure in my chest, the warning, but I was so exhausted I pushed through it. Just as I was falling asleep, I jolted awake. And for just a millisecond, literally the briefest flash, I saw it. There was a black figure, humanoid but wrong somehow, squatting directly on my chest. It was staring at me. I know that sounds impossible because it had no eyes, no face that I could discern, just a black silhouette. But I could feel its gaze. Its head was tilted slightly, like it was studying me, and even though it disappeared almost instantly, the feeling of being watched lingered for hours. I didn't try to ignore the warnings after that. I stuck to my exhaustion-induced mini blackouts for months. But about 8 weeks ago, I hit another wall. I hadn't had more than an hour of sleep at a time for over a week. I was making mistakes at work, almost crashed my car twice. I was desperate. I decided to try sleeping on my back again, thinking maybe the second incident was just a particularly bad episode of sleep paralysis, like the doctor suggested. I lay down, felt the warning in my chest, and deliberately pushed past it. I was drifting off when I felt my mattress depress, like someone sitting down on the edge of my bed. I was frozen, too scared to open my eyes. Then I felt my blanket, which was pulled up to my nose, being slowly pulled down, exposing my face. The movement was gentle, almost tender. What happened next still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I felt what seemed like a kiss on my cheek, near my neck. It was soft at first, and in my half-asleep state it reminded me of how my mom used to wake me up when I was little. But then the pressure increased. What started as a kiss turned into a strong suction, like someone giving me a hickey, but much more powerful. It felt like it was trying to pull something out of me through my skin. I finally managed to break through my fear and jumped up, screaming. There was nothing there, just my empty room. The next morning, there was a dark bruise on my neck. I called my mom in a panic, wondering if maybe she had somehow been there. As crazy as that sounds, she was confused and concerned, telling me she'd been at home on the rooftop garden all night, about 30 miles away. What makes all of this even more frustrating is that none of it happens when someone else is in the room with me. A few times when things were really bad, I've had a friend crash on my couch, and I slept perfectly those nights. No shadows, no warnings, no visitors. But I can't exactly ask people to sleep over every night forever. I'm at my breaking point. Last night, I saw 5 of the shadow figures. More than ever before, they were standing in a semicircle around my bed, just watching. The warning in my chest was so intense, it felt like I was having a heart attack. I've started hallucinating them during the day now, too. Just glimpses in dark corners or reflections. I don't know what they want. I don't know why they're fixated on me. Sometimes I think maybe I'm just losing my mind from chronic sleep deprivation. But the physical evidence, the bruise on my neck, the feeling of those nails on my back, it was all too real. I'm typing this at 3 in the morning because I'm too scared to close my eyes. They're here again, just at the edges of my vision, waiting. I feel like they're getting impatient with me, like they're building up to something. The warning in my chest has been constant for the past 2 days, not just when I'm trying to sleep. If anyone has experienced anything like this or knows what might be happening, please help me. I just want to sleep. I just want one night of peace without feeling like something is waiting for me to let my guard down. I'm so tired, so incredibly tired. I've started to wonder if maybe that's the point. Maybe they're wearing me down on purpose. Maybe when I'm too exhausted to fight anymore, that's when whatever they're planning will happen. And the thought that terrifies me most is, what if the 3 incidents weren't the worst of it? What if those were just the beginning? Story 7. I lived in that house for 23 years. 23 years of unexplained noises, of feeling watched, of running up the stairs because something felt like it was chasing me. I think a part of me always knew something wasn't right with our family home. But when you grow up somewhere, you learn to normalize things that shouldn't be normal. The stairs were always the worst. Going up them felt like being chased by something you couldn't see but could definitely feel. That heavy, cold presence right behind you that made your skin crawl and your heart race. I remember taking those stairs 2 at a time, practically launching myself onto the landing just to get away from whatever was following me. But the basement? The basement was a whole other level of wrong. I avoided going down there as much as possible, especially after what my parents saw. They were both downstairs doing laundry one afternoon when they saw it. A black mist, like a cloud of darkness, gliding across the floor and disappearing underneath the basement stairs. My mom tried to rationalize it as a shadow or some trick of the light, but my dad wouldn't even talk about it. After that day, I noticed he started doing laundry during daylight hours only, never at night. Being home alone was the worst. The house would make these banging noises that couldn't be explained away by old pipes or the house settling. They were deliberate, like something was trying to get my attention. Something wanted me to know I wasn't really alone. I remember one afternoon when I was 16, homesick from school. My parents were at work, and I was dozing on the couch when I heard 3 loud bangs from upstairs, like someone was slamming a door. Then footsteps, walking back and forth above me. I called out thinking maybe someone had come home early, but there was no answer. Just more footsteps. I was too terrified to go upstairs and check, so I just sat there frozen, the TV muted, listening to whatever was up there pacing back and forth for what felt like hours. Nights were the worst, though. I'd stay up late watching TV in the living room, and then when I finally decided to go to bed, I'd feel this overwhelming urge to run, not walk, run. I'd sprint up those stairs, dash down the hallway, and slam my bedroom door closed behind me, heart pounding in my chest. Sometimes I'd even lock it, though I couldn't really explain why. I just knew I needed that barrier between me and whatever was out there in the dark. But the locked door didn't always help, because sometimes the thing was already in my room, hiding in my closet. I was 18 when I saw it the first time. I'd gotten up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. When I came back, my closet door was cracked open about 6 inches. I was sure I'd closed it before going to bed. I always did, but there it was, open just enough for something to reach through. And as I stood there trying to convince myself to walk across my room and close it, a hand emerged from the darkness. It wasn't a normal hand. It was grayish-black, like charred meat, with skin that looked dead and decayed. The fingers were too long, ending in yellow claw-like nails that curved slightly at the tips. The hand just glided out of the gap in the door, then moved slowly up and down along the opening, like it was feeling for something. Maybe feeling for me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, my back pressed against my bedroom wall, watching this thing moving in the dim light from my alarm clock. After what felt like forever, the hand retreated back into the closet. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with my light on until morning, staring at that closet door, terrified it would open again. I never told anyone about the hand. It seemed too crazy, too impossible to explain. I thought maybe I'd dreamed it or hallucinated from lack of sleep, but deep down I knew what I saw was real. The second encounter I can't explain away or rationalize, and it still gives me chills to think about. It happened about 2 years after my older brother died. It was devastating for all of us. He was only 25, killed in a car accident. The grief in our house was suffocating for months afterward. One night, about 6 months after his funeral, I woke up around 3 in the morning. I'm not sure what woke me, maybe a noise in the hallway. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure walking slowly past my door, which I'd left cracked open that night. It was dark, but there was enough ambient light from the bathroom nightlight to see it was a person-shaped shadow. At first, I thought it was my dad checking on us, which he sometimes did when he couldn't sleep. But something about the way it moved felt wrong. It was too fluid, too quiet, and as it passed by, I realized with absolute certainty that it had my brother's shape. His broad shoulders, the slight forward hunch he always had, even the way his hair stuck up in the back. The shadow paused outside my other brother's room and seemed to peer inside, tilting its head in a way that was so achingly familiar, so distinctly my dead brother's mannerism, that tears immediately sprang to my eyes. "Dad!" I called out, my voice shaking, hoping against hope that it was just my father checking on us and my grief-stricken mind was playing tricks on me. The figure didn't respond or turn. It just stayed there, looking into my brother's room. Then my mum's door opened down the hall and light spilled out into the corridor. She must have heard me call out. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. But I couldn't answer her because I was watching the shadow figure dissolve, not walk away, not step into a room, but literally dissipate into the air the moment the light touched it. It didn't gradually fade. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. My mom found me sitting up in bed, staring wide-eyed into the hall. When I told her what I'd seen, she got this look on her face, not disbelief, but recognition. She sat down on my bed and told me that she'd been hearing my brother's voice calling her name, always when she was alone in the house. She thought she was going crazy with grief. After that night, we both knew there was more to it than imagination. The nightmares were another constant in that house. Horrible, gruesome dreams that would leave me gasping awake, drenched in sweat. I'd dream of being chased through endless hallways by things I couldn't see but knew were monstrous. I'd dream of rotting corpses reaching for me from under my bed, their fingers brushing against my ankles. I'd dream of the devil, which was weird because my family wasn't particularly religious. In these dreams, The devil wasn't the cartoonish red guy with horns. He was a presence, a voice, a feeling of absolute dread and malice. He'd speak to me in these dreams, telling me horrible things would happen to my family. I'd wake up with the absolute conviction that something truly evil had been communicating with me. Then there was the sleep paralysis. I didn't know that's what it was called until years later. All I knew was that sometimes I'd wake up unable to move, unable to scream, with the absolute certainty that someone, something, was in my room with me. I could feel it watching me, waiting, enjoying my terror. Sometimes I could see it out of the corner of my eye, a darker shadow against the darkness of my room. The worst episode happened when I was 20. I woke up to find I couldn't move, couldn't speak. But this time, I could see the thing that was watching me. It was kneeling on my chest, a humanoid figure, but wrong in all the subtle ways that matter. Its limbs were too long, its joints bent in directions they shouldn't. Its face was a blur of features that wouldn't stay still enough for me to focus on, except for its eyes, yellow and slitted like a cat's, but filled with an intelligence and malice that was unmistakably directed at me. It held a pillow in its twisted hands and was slowly lowering it toward my face. I could feel the weight increasing on my chest, making it harder to breathe. The edges of my vision were going dark as the pillow descended. I was suffocating, dying, and I couldn't do a thing about it. Just as the pillow touched my face, my body finally broke free from the paralysis. I sat up with a gasp, flailing my arms wildly in the empty air of my bedroom. There was no creature, no pillow, but my chest hurt like something heavy had been sitting on it, and I was struggling to catch my breath. That night, I slept with my light on until dawn, afraid to close my eyes again. These experiences weren't isolated incidents. They were just daily life in that house. The constant feeling of being watched. The knowledge that turning your back on an empty room was somehow dangerous. The way the air would sometimes grow thick and heavy for no reason, making it hard to breathe. The cold spots that would appear in the middle of summer. The way pets would stare intently at empty corners or refuse to enter certain rooms. We all experienced it in different ways, but nobody talked about it much. It was just the way our house was, like discussing the creaky floorboard on the landing or the way the kitchen faucet dripped. You lived with it because what else could you do? When I finally moved out at 23, the change was immediate and striking. The first night in my new apartment, I slept through until morning. No nightmares, no feeling of being watched, no waking up gasping for air. At first, I thought it was just the relief of finally having my own place. But as weeks turned into months, I realized the nightmares weren't coming back. The sleep paralysis never returned. That constant low-level anxiety I'd carried with me my entire life began to fade. It's been 5 years since I left that house. My parents still live there, still experience things they can't explain, but have learned to live with. Sometimes they'll mention something in passing, a door that opened by itself, footsteps in the attic, and I'll get that old familiar chill down my spine. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was something that was there before us, or something that attached itself to our family. All I know is that for 23 years, I shared my home with things I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. And now that I'm away from that place, I finally understand what it means to feel safe in your own home, to not be afraid of the dark, to not run up the stairs because something's chasing you. I still can't explain any of it, but I know what I experienced was real. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment and the shadows seem a little too deep, a little too alive, I wonder if some small part of whatever was in that house might have followed me after all. Story 8. I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, even though it's been years since I moved out of that house. The nightmares are less frequent now, but they never completely stopped. I don't think they ever will. We moved into that place back in '96. I was just a kid, excited about having a bigger bedroom in a new neighborhood. The house wasn't anything special, just a regular 2-story with faded siding and creaky floors. My parents got it for a good price, which should have been our first warning sign, I guess. The problems started almost immediately. I couldn't sleep. At first, I blamed it on the new environment, the unfamiliar sounds, the different smell of the air conditioning. But after a few weeks, when everyone else had settled in, I was still lying awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, my body exhausted but my mind racing. It was during one of these sleepless nights, maybe a month after we moved in, when I first went downstairs for some water. The kitchen was at the back of the house, and you had to pass through the dining room to get there. I remember how the floorboards seemed to creak louder at night, no matter how carefully I stepped. The moment I crossed the threshold into the kitchen, something changed. The air felt different, heavier somehow, colder, not just a little cooler, but legitimately cold, like someone had left a freezer door wide open. I reached for the light switch and flicked it up. Nothing happened. I tried again. Up, down, up, down. The light wouldn't come on. I remember thinking it was weird because the light had worked fine at dinner just a few hours earlier. I figured the bulb had burned out, so I decided to just get my water in the dark. That's when I felt it for the first time. Something was watching me. It wasn't like feeling someone's eyes on you from across a room. This was invasive, like whatever was watching me was also somehow inside my head, peering out through my own eyes while simultaneously staring at me from the darkness. I felt a sensation I can only describe as something hungrily examining me, sizing me up like I was food. The energy in the room seemed to drain away. The air felt thick, almost syrupy, and it was hard to move. I managed to fumble my way to the sink, get some water, and get out of there as fast as I could. As I hurried back upstairs, I glanced back toward the kitchen doorway. That's when I saw her for the first time, just for a split second. A woman's face, floating in the darkness, pale, almost grey skin stretched too tight across sharp cheekbones, and her eyes, they weren't dark like you'd expect in a shadowy room. They were white. Not like normal eyes with whites around the iris. These were completely white, like dead light staring out from the darkness, and her mouth was fixed in this horrible, stretched smile that showed too many teeth. I ran upstairs and didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I asked my mum if the kitchen light had been working. She looked at me funny and flipped the switch. It came on immediately, filling the room with bright, normal light. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined the whole thing, the cold, the watching feeling, the face. But deep down, I knew. A few nights later, I was thirsty again. I debated staying in bed, but my throat was so dry it hurt. I crept downstairs, convinced last time had been my imagination. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen, the same cold hit me, the same heaviness in the air, the same feeling of being watched, examined, wanted. I flipped the light switch. Nothing, just like before. I was reaching for a glass when I heard it. A soda can from the 6-pack on the counter slammed down hard, the aluminum crunching slightly. The sound was deafening in the otherwise silent house. My heart nearly stopped. I was completely alone in that kitchen, yet something had just moved that can. I bolted out of there, spilling water all over myself. As I reached the doorway, that feeling of being watched intensified, and I couldn't help but look back. She was there again, closer this time, those white, dead eyes locked onto mine, that stretched, hungry smile. I swear I could feel her frustration, like she wanted to reach out and grab me, tear into me, but couldn't quite cross some invisible barrier. That's when the screaming started. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears. It was inside my head, a high-pitched wail that seemed to vibrate through my skull, a scream of rage, of hunger, of ancient hatred. No one else in the house stirred. They couldn't hear it. It was just for me. I ran back to my room and stayed there until morning, shaking under my blankets. Over the next few weeks, I tried to avoid the kitchen at night, but sometimes thirst would drive me down there. Each time was worse than the last. The cold got colder, the watching feeling got more intense, the soda cans would slam harder, sometimes multiple times, kitchen drawers would slide open and closed. Once all the cabinet doors flew open at once, and always, when I'd leave, I'd see her, those white eyes, that terrible smile, the silent screaming in my head that only I could hear. I started keeping an empty bottle in my room to avoid going downstairs at night. My grades began to slip as sleeplessness took its toll. I was irritable, anxious, constantly exhausted. My parents thought I was just being a moody teenager. One night, I overheard my brothers talking. The younger one was telling the older about the scary lady in the kitchen. He described seeing exactly what I had seen, the white eyes, the stretched smile. My blood ran cold. I wasn't the only one. I confronted my mum about it a few days later. She got this strange look on her face and admitted she didn't like going into the kitchen after dark. "It just feels unwelcoming," she said, trying to laugh it off. When I pushed harder, she changed the subject. My dad was less subtle. When I finally worked up the courage to tell him what was happening, he just shook his head and said, "It's just another thing to live around, like the leaky faucet or the draft in the hallway." He wasn't denying it existed. He was just refusing to acknowledge it as a problem. Things escalated about 6 months after we moved in. We started finding small animals on the kitchen floor in the mornings. A mouse, completely gutted, its insides arranged in a strange pattern, a chipmunk, split open from throat to tail. Once, we found a raven, twice the size of our cat, splayed open on the linoleum, its feathers arranged in a perfect circle around it. My parents blamed our cat, but that didn't make sense. Our cat was old and lazy, barely went outside, and usually slept at the foot of my bed. Whatever was killing these animals was doing it with a precision and ritualistic care that no house cat could manage. Around this time, I started sleepwalking. I'd wake up in strange places, at the bottom of the stairs, in the living room, once even on the front lawn in the middle of the night. Always moving away from my bedroom, away from the kitchen, like I was trying to escape even in my sleep. The worst night was when I woke up standing in the kitchen doorway. The room was ice cold, so cold I could see my breath. And she was there, not just a face this time, but a full figure, tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like tattered black rags. Her white eyes fixed on me, her mouth stretched in that terrible smile, and in her hand she held something that dripped onto the floor, something wet and red. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The sound in my head was deafening now, not just a scream, but a cacophony of voices, wailing, laughing, chanting. I stood there frozen for what felt like hours before I finally managed to tear myself away and run back upstairs. I was at breaking point. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't function. My room had become my only safe place, but even there, I'd wake up feeling her presence, as if she was standing just outside my door, waiting. That's when I started researching. I spent hours at the school library, reading about hauntings, entities, spiritual cleansing. I learned about sage burning, about prayers and rituals designed to drive away negative spirits. I decided I had to try something, anything. I couldn't live like this anymore. I waited until everyone was asleep one night. I took the sage I'd bought from a New Age shop in town and a lighter from my dad's drawer. I started in my room and worked my way through the house, burning the sage and reciting St. Michael's prayer, which I'd memorized. St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. The moment I approached the kitchen, the temperature dropped drastically. The sage flame flickered wildly. I could hear soda cans slamming on the counter, drawers flying open and shut, and the laughter, not screaming this time, but laughter, echoing in my head, mocking me, telling me I couldn't win. But I kept going. I forced myself into that kitchen, sage burning, prayer on my lips. The cold was so intense it hurt to breathe. The laughter in my head became deafening. I could see her now, standing in the corner, those white eyes blazing with hatred. her mouth no longer smiling but open in a silent scream of rage. I don't know how long I stood there, repeating the prayer over and over, waving the burning sage through the air. It could have been minutes or hours. My voice grew hoarse, my fingers numb from the cold. And then, I don't remember. I must have passed out from exhaustion. I woke up on the kitchen floor when my father came down for water in the early morning. He looked surprised to find me there but didn't ask questions. He just reached over and flipped on the light switch. The light came on. The kitchen was warm, the air felt normal, clean, just a kitchen, nothing more. I nearly cried with relief. Whatever I'd done, it had worked. The witch, the entity, whatever she was gone. I could feel it. The oppressive presence that had hung over that room for months had lifted. I slept better that night than I had in weeks, and while things weren't perfect after that, I still had nightmares, still felt uneasy in that kitchen sometimes. The worst was over. She never appeared again, at least not while we lived there. We moved out about 3 years later. I was almost relieved to go, despite having seemingly banished whatever haunted that place. Some scars don't heal completely. It's been more than 10 years now, and I still have dreams about her sometimes. Those white, dead eyes, that stretched, hungry smile. In my dreams, she's not confined to the kitchen anymore. She's following me, always just a few steps behind, and sometimes when I wake up from those dreams in the dark of night, I swear I can feel the temperature drop, just for a moment. Just enough to make me wonder if she's still out there, watching, waiting, hungry. Story 9. I still can't make sense of what happened that night. It's been almost 5 months, and I keep replaying every detail in my head, trying to find a logical explanation, but there isn't one. I've worked as a train ticket collector for almost 8 years now, and I've seen some weird stuff on overnight shifts, but nothing like this. It was a Tuesday in November. I had just finished an 8-hour shift collecting tickets on the express route. By the time we pulled into Harrington Junction, it was already past 10 at night. I was exhausted but also weirdly wired, the way you get after a long shift when your body is tired, but your mind hasn't caught up yet. The railway provides accommodation for staff at major junctions, nothing fancy, just a small room with a bed, bathroom, and a little desk. I dropped my bag, took a quick shower, and was about to settle in when the craving hit me. I needed a cigarette badly. It's one of my worst habits, I know. My best friend from childhood, Rahul, was always on my case about it. He even started working with this anti-smoking NGO a few years back, always sending me those graphic pamphlets and statistics. I kept promising I'd quit soon. I checked my pack. Empty. Shit. I looked at my watch. 10:23 p.m. In a bigger city, finding cigarettes at this hour would be no problem, but Harrington Junction isn't exactly a metropolis. It's more like a large village that happens to have an important railway station. Still, I figured there had to be something open near the station. There usually is. I grabbed my jacket and headed out. The station was quieter now, just a few passengers sleeping on benches waiting for early morning connections. The main exit led to a small plaza with shops, but everything was shuttered and dark. Strange. This was a junction station. Places usually stayed open late for passengers. I decided to walk a bit further into town. The streets were eerily quiet, with just the occasional stray dog wandering around. I passed rows of closed shops, restaurants with their chairs stacked up inside. Not even a convenience store was open. After walking for about 20 minutes, I started to feel annoyed. Where was everyone? I took out my phone to check the time, 10:58 p.m., and noticed my battery was at 15%. Great. I'd forgotten to charge it after my shift. I kept walking, figuring I'd eventually find something open, or at least run into someone who might point me in the right direction. The town seemed to stretch on forever, which made no sense. Harrington Junction wasn't supposed to be this big. I'd been here before for overnight stays, but I'd never ventured this far from the station. After what felt like half an hour, I still hadn't found an open store. The streets became narrower, the buildings older. The streetlights were spaced further apart, casting long shadows between pools of yellow light. I checked my phone again, 11:47 p.m., and saw the battery was now at 8%. I should turn back, I thought. This was stupid. I could survive without a cigarette for one night, but I kept going. Something compelled me to continue searching, like an itch I couldn't scratch. The craving was intense, almost painful. Just one more street, I kept telling myself, just around this corner. The town seemed to change the further I walked. The buildings looked older, more weathered. I passed a park I didn't recognize, then a small temple that seemed ancient. None of this matched my mental map of Harrington Junction. Had I somehow walked into a neighboring town? That seemed impossible. I couldn't have gone that far. By now, my phone showed 1:21 a.m., battery at 5%. I'd been walking for almost 3 hours. This was insane. I finally admitted defeat and decided to head back to the station. The problem was, I wasn't entirely sure which direction that was anymore. I'd taken so many turns, hoping to find an open shop, that I'd completely lost my bearings. I picked what seemed like the most logical direction and started walking. The streets were completely deserted now, not even stray dogs. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my footsteps on the pavement. I felt increasingly uneasy, like something was watching me from the shadows. Around 2 a.m., after walking for what felt like another hour, I saw something that made me stop in my tracks. Ahead of me, under a streetlight, was a family, an elderly couple with what looked like their grown children carrying luggage. They seemed completely out of place in the empty streets at this hour, but I was so relieved to see other humans that I didn't question it. I quickened my pace to catch up with them. As I got closer, I called out, "Excuse me, hello!" They turned around, seeming unsurprised to see a stranger approaching them at 2 a.m. The older man had grey hair and wore a simple brown sweater. His wife, small and frail-looking, clutched a handbag close to her chest. With them were 2 younger people, a man and woman in their 30s, I guessed, struggling with several pieces of luggage. "Are you heading to the station?" I asked, trying to sound casual and not desperate. The older man nodded. "Yes, we have a train to catch." I felt a surge of relief. "I'm a ticket collector at the station. I got a bit lost looking for," I almost said cigarettes, but felt oddly embarrassed. "Looking for a shop. Mind if I walk back with you?" "Not at all," the man said with a gentle smile. "We could use the help with these bags if you don't mind." Without hesitation, I grabbed 2 of the heaviest suitcases. They were surprisingly heavy, as if packed with books or metal. "Where are you all headed?" I asked, as we started walking. "Home," the old man replied. "We've been at my daughter's in-laws' house. Our train leaves at 3:45. We walked in what felt like comfortable silence after that. I asked a few more questions, but the family gave only brief, polite answers. I noticed that despite the late hour and the weight of the luggage, none of them seemed tired or irritated. There was something peaceful about them. As we walked, the surroundings began to look more familiar. I recognized a tea stall, closed of course, that I knew was only about a kilometer from the station. How had I gotten so far away? I must have walked at least 5 or 6 kilometers during my search. We reached the station around 3 a.m. It was still quiet, with just a few more passengers than when I'd left. The family thanked me for my help with the luggage, and I directed them to the right platform for their 3:45 train. I headed back to my room, puzzled by the whole experience, but too exhausted to think about it. I collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. My alarm woke me at 5:15 a.m. I had another shift starting at 6. I still wanted that cigarette, so I quickly got ready and headed out to find a shop. To my complete shock, there were several shops open right outside the station. A tea stall, a convenience store, even a small tobacco shop. All of them looked like they'd been open for a while. I approached the tobacco shop and bought a pack of cigarettes, then asked the shopkeeper, "What time did you open today?" 4 a.m., same as always, he replied, counting out my change. "Were you open last night?" I was looking for cigarettes around 10 or 11, but couldn't find anything open. He looked at me strangely. "All the shops near the station stay open until at least 2 a.m. This is a junction station, thousands of passengers coming through at all hours. We only close for 2 hours, from 2 to 4. I felt a chill run down my spine. "That's impossible. I walked for hours last night. Everything was closed." The shopkeeper just shrugged. Clearly thinking I was confused or maybe drunk, I walked away, lighting a cigarette with shaking hands. None of this made any sense. I had walked for hours and found nothing, yet apparently shops had been open right here by the station the whole time. As I was trying to process this, my phone rang. I was surprised it was still working. The battery had been nearly dead last night, but now it showed a full charge, even though I hadn't plugged it in. It was my father calling. I answered, and the moment I heard his voice, I knew something was wrong. "Son," he said, his voice breaking, "I have some bad news. Rahul passed away last night." The cigarette fell from my fingers. Rahul, my childhood best friend, the anti-smoking campaigner? "What? How?" I stammered. "Heart attack. It happened suddenly, around 11 last night. His wife found him in his study. The doctors tried everything, but—" His voice trailed off. I couldn't speak. 11 last night, right when I had started my desperate search for cigarettes. "Are you there?" my father asked. "Yes," I managed to say. I'll try to get leave for the funeral." After hanging up, I ran back to my room and locked the door. I sat on the bed, trembling. Rahul had died at 11 last night, exactly when my overwhelming craving for cigarettes had hit me. The shops that should have been open were mysteriously closed, leading me on an impossible journey through streets that shouldn't exist. And then there was that family I'd met, appearing out of nowhere at 2 a.m. with their calm demeanor and vague answers. A chill ran through me as I suddenly remembered something. I never saw them board a train. After helping them to the platform, I'd left for my room. There was no 3:45 a.m. train scheduled from Harrington Junction. I would know. I'm a ticket collector. It's been 5 months since that night. I haven't touched a cigarette since then. Sometimes I wonder if Rahul somehow reached out from beyond, creating an experience to finally make me quit, or maybe it was something else entirely, something I still can't explain. All I know is that for hours on the night my best friend died, I was led away from my addiction by a family that appeared and disappeared under impossible circumstances. And sometimes, late at night in station accommodation rooms, I find myself listening for footsteps in the hallway, wondering if they're coming to guide someone else. Story 10. I've been sitting on this experience for over 25 years now, and I've never really told anyone about it until today. I guess the time feels right to finally get this off my chest. When I was 9 years old, my best friend Matt's parents took us to Discovery Zone. If you grew up in the 90s, you probably remember those places. Big indoor playgrounds with slides, ball pits, and those crazy tube mazes you could crawl through. It was about 40 minutes from our town, and we spent the whole day there with Matt's younger siblings. We had dinner at some fast food place on the way back, and by the time we were heading to Matt's house for my sleepover, it was already dark. We lived in a pretty rough area on the east side of town. There was this huge, undeveloped prairie between the main road and our neighborhood entrance. Just flat, empty land with tall grass and a few scattered trees. During the day, it was nothing special, but at night, with just moonlight illuminating it, it always gave me the creeps. I should mention that I was a seriously anxious kid. I was afraid of everything. I was the type who'd sprint up the stairs after turning off lights and sleep with the covers pulled over my head because I was convinced something would grab my feet if they stuck out. My mum used to joke that I had a sixth sense for trouble, because I'd get these feelings about places or situations that just felt wrong. Anyway, we were driving in Matt's parents' red Chrysler minivan. I remember it clearly because I always thought it was cool how the middle seats could swivel around to face the back. Matt and his siblings had fallen asleep in the back, knocked out from all the running around at Discovery Zone. But I was still wide awake, staring out the window at the prairie as we drove along the access road. The moon was nearly full that night, casting this silvery light over everything. The prairie grass looked almost blue in the moonlight, swaying gently in the breeze. I remember thinking it looked like waves on an ocean. That's when I saw it. There was a figure walking through the tall grass, maybe 50 yards from the road. At first, I thought it was just a woman, tall and frail-looking, with this hunched-over posture. She had long, stringy hair that hung down past her shoulders. The weird thing was that she looked completely soaked, like she had just climbed out of a river or something. Her clothes, I think it was some kind of dress or long shirt, were clinging to her body, dripping wet. I remember thinking that was strange, since there wasn't any water nearby, at least not that I knew of. Maybe a drainage ditch somewhere, but nothing big enough to get that soaked in. As our car continued down the road, I kept my eyes fixed on this figure. Something about the way it moved wasn't quite right. It was jerky, almost mechanical, like one of those wind-up toys that doesn't work properly. Then, as if sensing me watching, the figure suddenly stopped walking. It just froze in place for a second, and then slowly, so slowly, it turned to look in my direction. That's when everything changed. That's when I realized what I was looking at wasn't a woman at all. Where a human head should have been, there was instead a white horse's head. It was dirty, muddy and grey from what looked like water and dirt. The long face was gaunt, the neck skinny with patches of matted fur, and though I couldn't make out the details from that distance, somehow I just knew, I knew, that the horse's eyes were cloudy and milky, blind with age or disease. Here's the strangest part of all this. Despite being a kid who was scared of his own shadow, I didn't feel afraid. Not in the way you'd expect. There wasn't that rush of adrenaline or terror. Instead, I felt calm, like something inside my head was telling me it was okay, that I'd seen her and she'd seen me, and there was no need to be afraid. It felt like a moment of recognition between us. I didn't scream or point or try to wake Matt. I just watched as the figure turned away and continued its strange, jerky walk through the prairie, eventually disappearing into a cluster of trees. The whole encounter probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like time had slowed down. I remember blinking hard a few times, wondering if I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. It was as real as the seat I was sitting in. Being from Mexico originally and raised in the Southwest, my mind immediately went to La Llorona, the weeping woman from Mexican folklore who drowned her children and is cursed to wander near water, searching for them. My grandmother used to tell us stories about La Llorona to keep us from playing near the irrigation ditches. But in all the stories I'd heard, La Llorona had a human face, not a horse's head. When we got to Matt's house, I didn't mention anything about what I'd seen. Not to Matt, not to his parents, not even to my own parents when I got home the next day. Something told me to keep it to myself, like it was a secret that wasn't meant to be shared. Life went on. I grew up, went to college, got a job. The memory of what I'd seen that night remained clear, but it faded into the background of my life, just a weird childhood experience that I couldn't explain, but didn't really need to. Then came March 2020, COVID lockdown. Like everyone else, I found myself with way too much time on my hands. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, including some paranormal message boards. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just passing time, reading people's ghost stories and weird experiences. One evening, I stumbled across a thread about supernatural experiences in Mexico. I clicked on it out of curiosity, not expecting anything special. Most of the stories were familiar: La Llorona sightings, duendes, like little goblins or sprites, stuff like that. But then I came across a post that made my blood run cold. A user described how he had dated a Mexican woman whose uncle owned a mango grove. While walking through the grove one evening, the man spotted an old woman ducking behind trees, seemingly watching them. When he mentioned this to his girlfriend, she glanced in the direction he was pointing, then grabbed his arm and practically dragged him back to the house. When they were safely inside, she explained that what he had seen wasn't an old woman at all, but a witch, one who had a white horse head instead of a human one. According to local legend, seeing this entity was extremely bad luck. The relationship ended soon after, but the man never forgot the look of genuine terror on his girlfriend's face. My hands were shaking as I read this. It was the first time in my life I'd ever heard anyone else describe anything remotely similar to what I'd seen that night in the prairie. But it got even worse. Another user commented on the thread, saying that his father and a friend had been driving along a rural road in Mexico late one night when they spotted a young girl walking along the roadside. She was hunched over and dripping with water, as if she'd been caught in a rainstorm. Concerned, they slowed down to offer her a ride. When the girl turned to face the car, they saw she had a white horse head with milky, clouded blind eyes. Exactly what I had seen. The men sped away in terror and never drove that road at night again. I had to step away from my computer. My heart was pounding and I felt dizzy. All these years, I'd convinced myself that what I'd seen was just a childhood hallucination or my imagination running wild. But here were other people, complete strangers, describing the exact same entity. The final confirmation came a few years later, after the pandemic restrictions had eased. I was at Universal Studios Hollywood for their Halloween Horror Nights event with some friends. They had a La Llorona-themed haunted house that year. My friends wanted to go through it, and I figured it would just be the typical La Llorona portrayal, a weeping woman in a white dress. As we moved through the haunted house, the typical jump scares and creepy settings didn't bother me much. But then we entered the final room. There, illuminated by flickering lights, was a figure of La Llorona, and instead of a human face, she had a skinned, bloody horse head. I froze in place. People behind me were pushing to get through, but I couldn't move. One of my friends had to grab my arm and pull me along. Later, they asked what had happened, why I'd suddenly turned white as a sheet. I mumbled something about being startled by the costume. But I knew that this was confirmation of something I'd seen with my own eyes 25 years earlier. An obscure but terrifying aspect of the La Llorona legend that somehow, as a child, I had witnessed firsthand. I've spent countless hours researching since then, trying to find any references to this horse-headed version of La Llorona in folklore or academic texts. There are a few scattered mentions in obscure collections of regional myths, but nothing substantial. It seems to be a variant that exists primarily in oral tradition, passed down in certain communities, but rarely documented. What bothers me most isn't the memory of what I saw. It's the fact that I didn't feel afraid when I should have been terrified. That calm voice in my head telling me everything was okay. That wasn't normal. It was as if the entity had some kind of influence over me, preventing me from reacting the way any rational person would. Sometimes I wonder if there was a reason it showed itself to me that night, if there was something it wanted me to know or do. And I wonder if, by sharing this story now, I'm somehow fulfilling that purpose, or maybe I'm just inviting it back into my life. I still drive past that prairie sometimes when I visit my hometown. It's partially developed now. There's a strip mall on one side and some new housing on the other, but there's still a section in the middle that remains untouched, still wild, still exactly as it was 25 years ago. And every time I pass it at night, I catch myself scanning the tall grass for a hunched figure with stringy hair and a horse's head. I haven't seen it again, not yet. But somehow deep down, I know our paths will cross again someday. And next time, I'm not sure that calm voice will be there to tell me everything is okay. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts until we moved into our current apartment. Even with my collection of skulls, bones, and preserved insects, I always thought of myself as someone who needed proof to believe in something. Well, I've got proof now, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. My partner and I had to move in May. It was an emergency situation. Our previous landlord sold the building with barely any notice, and we had to scramble to find something affordable. When we found this place, it seemed perfect. 2 bedrooms, decent kitchen in our price range. We signed the lease immediately and moved in within a week. We filled the place with all our second-hand furniture, vintage finds, and my collection of oddities. I've been collecting ethically sourced specimens for years. Animal skulls, preserved beetles, butterfly specimens, all displayed in antique glass cases. My partner teases me about my creepy stuff, but he knows it makes me happy. The weird stuff started almost immediately, but it was so subtle at first that I brushed it off. The first incident happened 3 days after moving in. I'd left the bedroom window cracked open about 2 inches before going to work. When I came home, it was wide open. I figured maybe the wind had pushed it, though it had been a pretty calm day. I didn't think much of it. A few days later, I was certain I'd closed the bathroom door before going to bed. But when I woke up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, the door was standing wide open. Again, I rationalized it. Maybe I hadn't pulled it firmly enough, and it had drifted open. Then the footsteps started. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and I'd hear distinct footsteps walking down our hallway. The first time it happened, I jumped up to check, thinking maybe someone had broken in. Nothing. My partner hadn't heard anything, and I convinced myself it was just the upstairs neighbors. But it kept happening, and the footsteps never matched up with movement from our neighbors above. They'd be out of town, and I'd still hear those slow, deliberate steps moving from our bathroom toward the living room. I didn't tell my partner about every incident because I didn't want to seem paranoid. He works long shifts at the hospital and has enough stress without me adding to it with what could just be an old building settling or neighbors making noise. Then came the night that changed everything. It was about 3 weeks after we'd moved in. My partner was working an overnight shift, so I was alone. I'd gone to bed around 11, falling asleep almost instantly after a long day of unpacking the last of our boxes. I jolted awake around 3:30 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of cups sliding across our kitchen counter. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. Then came a crash, like a mug falling to the floor. But strangely, there was no shattering sound, just a thud, then the sound of something being placed back on the counter. I lay there, trying to convince myself it was just the building settling or maybe a mouse. But mice don't pick cups back up after knocking them down. The logical part of my brain kept saying someone had broken in, but another part of me knew this wasn't a burglar. Burglars don't rearrange your kitchenware in the middle of the night. After about 5 minutes of complete silence, I worked up the courage to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight. With my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, I crept toward the kitchen. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. No cups on the floor, nothing out of place. I checked all the windows and the front door, all locked from the inside. I was completely alone in the apartment, yet I definitely heard those sounds. When my partner came home the next morning, I told him what happened. I could see the skepticism in his eyes. He suggested I'd been dreaming, or maybe it was the pipes in the walls. I didn't push it because, honestly, I wished he was right. But then A few nights later, he had his own experience. He was using the upstairs bathroom around midnight while I was already in bed. He said he was washing his hands when he heard someone whisper something unintelligible right in his ear. He turned around, expecting to see me standing there, but the bathroom was empty. He checked the entire apartment, found me sound asleep, and realized we were completely alone. After that, he stopped dismissing my stories. The activity seemed to increase. Objects would move when we weren't looking. Once, I set my drink down on the coffee table, looked away for a second to grab the remote, and when I reached for my glass again, it had slid to the opposite end of the table. Another time, our kitchen garbage bin tipped over when we were both sitting in the living room, clearly visible from the kitchen. No windows were open, no fans were on, nothing that could explain it. We started documenting everything. I kept a log in my phone of each incident, noting the time, date, and exactly what happened. We were trying to find patterns, trying to make sense of it all. Then about a month ago, we brought our cat to live with us. She's my emotional support animal who had been staying with my parents during the move. I thought having her around might actually help. Animals are supposed to be sensitive to paranormal activity, right? At least we'd have some warning before weird stuff happened. That's when things got truly terrifying. My partner was up late one night, around 2 in the morning. I was asleep, and he was in the living room playing video games with headphones on. According to him, he felt suddenly cold and got the distinct feeling someone was watching him. When he turned around, he saw a dark figure standing in the hallway. He described it as darker than the surrounding darkness, like a shadow, but 3-dimensional and solid. It was tall, about 6 feet, with no distinguishable features except for its shape, which was unmistakably human-like. As he watched, frozen in fear, the figure began moving toward him, not walking exactly, more like gliding silently across the floor. My partner said he couldn't move, couldn't even call out. When the figure was about 5 feet away from him, he managed to turn on his phone flashlight. The figure vanished instantly. Shaking and terrified, he went to find our cat, thinking maybe her behavior would confirm what he'd seen. But when he looked for her, he couldn't find her anywhere. He checked her favorite spots, under the couch, on the windowsill, in her bed, but she was nowhere to be found. Finally, nearly panicking, he came to check our bedroom, and there she was, curled up under the blankets with me, sound asleep. She'd been there the whole time, which meant the dark figure he'd seen definitely wasn't our cat moving around in the shadows. After that night, we started seriously researching what to do. We checked our carbon monoxide detectors. They're working perfectly. We've systematically gone through the apartment multiple times, looking for any signs of an intruder or any logical explanation for what's happening. We found nothing. We even set up a camera in the living room that records when it detects movement. So far, it's captured a few weird incidents. A book falling off a completely stable shelf, our cat staring intently at an empty corner for over an hour, and most disturbingly, a shadow moving across the wall when there was nothing in the room that could have cast it. I've researched the history of our building and can't find anything particularly sinister. It was built in the 1970s, and as far as I can tell, no one died here tragically. But something is definitely here with us. We're at a crossroads now. Part of me wants to try communicating with whatever is sharing our space. Maybe it's not malevolent, just curious or confused. Maybe it's drawn to my collection of oddities. But another part of me is terrified that acknowledging it might make the activity worse. Last night was the final straw. I was doing dishes while my partner was showering. I'd just placed a clean glass on the drying rack when I felt something brush against my hair, like fingers gently running through it. I spun around, and for a split second, I saw it. The same dark figure my partner had described, standing just a foot away from me. I screamed, and it vanished. My partner came running, dripping wet with shampoo still in his hair. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, huddled together on the couch with our cat between us. We've started sleeping with the lights on. We talk loudly when we enter rooms, announcing our presence as if to say it's just us to whatever might be listening. I've considered getting rid of my oddity collection, wondering if maybe something attached to one of the specimens followed me home. But honestly, I don't think that's it. This feels residential, like something that was already here when we arrived. Our lease runs for another 7 months. We can't afford to break it and find a new place, so we're stuck here, trying to coexist with whatever shares our space. Last night, I woke up around 4 in the morning to the sound of our bedroom door slowly creaking open. I lay perfectly still, too terrified to move or even breathe. Through barely open eyes, I watched as the door opened wider, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Then, slowly, a darker shape began to form in the doorway. It just stood there, watching us. I could feel its attention, like a physical weight on my skin. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it retreated, and the door slowly closed again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know if we should try to communicate, to protect ourselves, or to just keep pretending everything is normal. All I know is that our apartment isn't empty when we're alone, and I can't explain what's happening to save my life. Story 12. I've never been what you'd call spiritual in any conventional sense, but I've always had this weird thing where I can sometimes feel when something's not quite right. It's hard to explain. Not like seeing ghosts or anything, just moments where the air feels different or I get this sensation of not being alone when I should be. I usually brush it off and go about my day, but what happened after my surgery last month was something else entirely, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. Before I went in for my procedure, just a routine gallbladder removal, nothing dramatic, I remember joking with my sister Jen about how anesthesia might open my third eye or something. You know, just stupid gallows humor to deal with pre-surgery jitters. Watch me come back seeing dead people, I laughed. Jen rolled her eyes and told me to stop being dramatic. We both laughed it off. I had no idea how eerily accurate that joke would turn out to be. The surgery itself went fine, pretty standard as these things go. I was sent home with pain meds and instructions to take it easy for at least 2 weeks. My sister agreed to check in on me daily, but she still had to work, so I was alone most of the time. My boyfriend Matt would visit after his shift ended at the warehouse where he works nights. The first couple of days were just a blur of sleep and pain meds. I was out of it, drifting in and out of consciousness, mostly just grateful when the medication kicked in and dulled the aching at my incision sites. Nothing weird happened then, or at least nothing I noticed in my drug-induced haze. It was on the 4th day when things started getting unusual. I was still taking pain medication, but less frequently, and my head was clearer. I was lying in bed, my cat Felix curled up beside me, when I noticed something in the corner of my bedroom. It wasn't exactly a person, more like a person-shaped shadow, darker than the normal shadows cast by my furniture. It didn't move, it just stood there. I blinked hard, convinced it was just the medication or my eyes playing tricks on me. When I looked again, it was gone. I dismissed it pretty quickly. I mean, the logical explanation was obvious. I was on painkillers, recovering from surgery, probably dehydrated. Of course, I'd see weird stuff. I took a sip of water from the glass by my bed and tried to focus on the reality show I had playing on my laptop. But later that night, I saw something else. I was half asleep when I sensed movement by my bedroom door. I opened my eyes to see a woman standing in my doorway. She wasn't shadowy or transparent or anything stereotypically ghost-like. She looked solid, real, except for the fact that she was wearing clothes straight out of the late 40s or early 50s. A neat dress with a cinched waist, hair styled in those vintage waves. Red lipstick. She didn't say anything or approach me. She just stood there for a moment, then turned and walked down the hallway. My heart was pounding. I called out, "Hello?" No response. I tried to get up to investigate, but moving too quickly sent pain shooting through my abdomen. By the time I managed to shuffle to the doorway, there was no one there. I checked the front door, still locked from the inside, all windows closed and locked too. I told myself it must have been a dream, a vivid one, sure, but just a dream. I'd fallen asleep watching a period drama on Netflix earlier, so my brain probably just incorporated that imagery. Made sense, right? The next day, I mentioned it casually to Jen when she stopped by to bring me lunch. "These pain meds are giving me the weirdest dreams," I said, trying to sound amused rather than freaked out. "Last night, I dreamt there was a lady from the 50s walking around the apartment." Jen laughed. "Remember what you said before surgery, about coming back seeing dead people? Maybe you're psychic now." "Very funny," I said, but something about her joke made my skin prickle. That afternoon was when things got undeniably strange. Jen had gone back to work. I was alone in the apartment except for Felix. I was dozing off in bed with Felix curled up on my legs when I heard cabinet doors opening and closing in the living room. I froze, suddenly wide awake. The sounds were distinct, the slight creak of the hinge, the soft thud as they closed. Then I heard what sounded like objects being moved around on the coffee table. I reached for my phone, ready to call the police, when the sounds stopped. A few seconds later, I saw her again. The woman in the vintage dress, walking slowly past my bedroom doorway and down the hall toward Jen's room. She didn't look in my direction or acknowledge me at all. She just walked purposefully, like she had somewhere specific to be. What happened next convinced me this wasn't just in my head. Felix, who'd been peacefully sleeping on my legs, suddenly lifted his head. His ears perked forward, and his eyes fixed on the hallway. He was looking exactly where the woman had gone. Then we both heard it. The sound of dresser drawers opening and closing in Jen's room. Felix made a low, growling sound. I'd never heard from him before. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type, but I managed to text Jen. "I think someone's in the apartment, in your room. I hear drawers opening." Jen called me immediately. "I'm coming home now. Stay in your room. I'm calling the police." I stayed frozen in place, listening to the sounds continue for another minute or two before stopping abruptly. Felix remained alert, staring at the hallway, his tail twitching nervously. Jen arrived with a police officer about 15 minutes later. They searched the entire apartment thoroughly. Nothing was missing or out of place. All doors and windows were still locked from the inside. The officer was kind but clearly skeptical, suggesting it might have been noises from a neighboring apartment, or even just the building settling. After he left, Jen sat on the edge of my bed. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming again?" "Felix heard it too," I insisted. "Look at him, he's still on edge." It was true. My normally relaxed cat was still sitting upright, occasionally glancing toward the hallway with his ears forward. "Maybe it's the pain meds," Jen suggested gently. "They can cause hallucinations sometimes." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. What I'd seen and heard felt too real, and it didn't explain Felix's reaction. That night, Matt came over after his shift. I told him what happened, expecting him to react like Jen, with concern about my medication or my mental state, but he got very quiet. "What?" I asked, noticing his expression. He hesitated. "I didn't want to tell you because you're still recovering, but I've been seeing some weird stuff at work lately." My stomach dropped. What kind of weird stuff? 2 nights ago, I was doing inventory in the back section alone. I felt like someone was watching me, you know, but when I looked around, nobody was there. He paused, looking uncomfortable. Then I looked up. Up? There was something on the ceiling, like a person, but not. It was clinging there, like spread out against the ceiling, staring at me. A chill ran through me. "What did you do?" "I got the hell out of there," he said. "Told my supervisor I wasn't feeling well and took my break early. When I went back later with Jim, there was nothing there." "Did you see it again?" I asked. "Last night. Different area of the warehouse. but the same thing watching me. He rubbed his face. I thought I was losing it. Over the next several days, a pattern emerged. The woman in the vintage dress continued to appear in my apartment, sometimes just walking past my door, sometimes standing in the corner of my room. I never felt threatened by her, which was strange in itself. If you'd asked me before how I'd react to seeing a ghost, I'd have said I'd be terrified. But with her, I felt safe somehow. Meanwhile, Matt continued to have frightening experiences at work. The thing on the ceiling appeared several more times, always when he was alone. Once he felt something brush against the back of his neck when he was in the break room after hours. Another time he heard his name whispered right beside his ear when nobody was there. The shadow person in the corner of my room appeared less frequently as the days went on. The last time I saw it was about a week after surgery. I woke up around 3 in the morning, and it was there, darker and more defined than before. I felt afraid for the first time, a deep, primal fear that made my chest tight. Then the woman in the vintage dress appeared in the doorway. She didn't look at me or at the shadow. She just stood there. After a moment, the shadow seemed to recede, fading until it was gone. The woman remained for a few seconds longer, then turned and walked away as she always did. I'm now 2 weeks post-surgery. I stopped taking the pain medication over 5 days ago. The woman still appears occasionally, though less frequently. The shadow hasn't returned at all. Matt hasn't seen the entity at his workplace for 3 days now. I've tried researching what might have happened. Some sources suggest that surgery and anesthesia can temporarily thin the veil between worlds, making people more sensitive to spiritual phenomena. Others say the medication itself can cause hallucinations. Neither explanation feels completely satisfactory to me. What I can't explain is why Felix reacted to sounds I heard or why Matt had his experiences at the same time. It feels connected somehow, though I can't understand how or why. The strangest part is that I'm not scared anymore. I've come to believe the woman in vintage clothing was protecting me during my recovery when I was vulnerable. Why else would the threatening shadow disappear when she appeared? Why would Matt's experiences stop at the same time? I still see her occasionally, usually just a glimpse as she walks past my doorway. I wonder who she was. I wonder if she lived in this apartment building when it was first built in the 1940s. I wonder if I'll ever know. All I know for certain is that something happened during those 2 weeks of recovery, something I can't explain. And despite all logic and reason, I find myself feeling grateful to a woman who may have died decades before I was born. Story 13. I never thought I'd be sharing this anywhere, but I need to get it off my chest after keeping it bottled up for so long. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. When I was around 7 years old, my mom and I moved to France temporarily. We weren't rich or anything. We stayed in this small old apartment that my grandparents had been renting for years. It wasn't one of those fancy Parisian places you see in movies. Just a modest, slightly outdated apartment in a regular neighborhood. The apartment layout was simple. My mom and I shared a bedroom with 2 twin beds, while my grandparents slept across the hall. The building itself was probably from the 50s or 60s, nothing medieval or particularly historic. Just an ordinary place with slightly creaky floors and that distinct smell that older European buildings have. A mix of old wood, cooking and cleaning products. I remember the bedroom walls were painted a pale yellow, and there was this ancient wardrobe against one wall that made weird settling noises at night. The beds had these thin mattresses that weren't very comfortable, but as a kid, I didn't really mind. My bed was positioned near the window, which had these thin curtains that let in the streetlight. My mum's bed was closer to the door. During the day, everything was completely normal. We'd go sightseeing, I'd attend the local school where I struggled to understand French, and we'd come home to have dinner with my grandparents. Nothing unusual ever happened during daylight hours. The apartment felt safe, cozy even, but nighttime was different. Not every night. That's what made it so unpredictable and terrifying. It would happen maybe once or twice a week, completely randomly. I'd go to bed as usual, falling asleep easily as kids do. But sometimes I'd suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, not gradually, like when you need to use the bathroom. It was an instant, alert awakening, as if something had purposely pulled me from sleep. The room would be dark except for that faint glow from the streetlight filtering through the curtains, and there she would be, a shadow figure sitting at the edge of my bed, always on my side, never at the foot or anywhere else, just sitting there, perfectly still. The first time it happened, I thought it was my mom checking on me. The silhouette was exactly like hers, the same hair shape, the same slight frame. But something felt wrong. This figure was completely black, not just dark, but an absence of light, like a cutout in reality. She had no features I could make out, no eyes or mouth or nose, just a pitch-black silhouette. What scared me most was that despite having no visible eyes, I could feel her staring at me. It was this intense awareness of being watched that made my skin crawl. I'd lie there, frozen under my blanket, afraid to move or make a sound. Sometimes she would just sit there, motionless. Other times, slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, she would move her hand over my leg, as if she was stroking it or comforting me. But I never felt any physical touch. Just the visual of this shadow hand passing over my blanket-covered legs. I never screamed. I never called out for my mom or my grandparents. Something instinctual told me that making noise would be dangerous, like it would provoke her somehow. So I would just lie there, staring back at this featureless shadow woman, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would wake everyone in the apartment. Eventually, I would always fall back asleep. I don't remember how or when. It's like my mind would just shut down at some point from the terror, but I'd always wake up the next morning with that lingering dread, wondering if it had been real or just a dream. I never told my mom or grandparents about it, partly because I didn't have the words to describe what I was experiencing, and partly because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they would believe me, and it would somehow make the shadow woman angry. After about 8 months in France, we moved back to our home country. I was relieved to leave that apartment behind, and gradually the memory of the shadow woman faded. I convinced myself it had just been night terrors or an overactive imagination. Kids see monsters in the dark all the time, right? I pushed it so far into the back of my mind that I barely remembered it happened. Life went on. I started 3rd grade, then 4th, 5th. By 6th grade, I was 11 years old and living in a different situation. My mom and I were staying in a shared house with my aunt, uncle, and cousin. Money was tight, and this arrangement helped everyone make ends meet. Our new house was more modern, with nothing particularly creepy about it. My bedroom was small but private, the first time I'd had my own room. It was at the end of a hallway, with my mum's room on one side and my uncle and aunt's room on the other. My cousin had the converted attic space upstairs. I felt safe there. The shadow woman was a distant memory, something I rarely thought about until one night during winter break. It was probably around 2 in the morning. I woke up suddenly, just like I used to in France. That same alert, immediate wakefulness. My bedroom door was open. I usually left it cracked to let in some light from the hallway because I didn't like total darkness. I rolled over and looked toward the door, and there she was, but different this time. Standing in the hallway was what looked like my mother. Not a shadow this time. I could make out her clothes, the blue robe she often wore at night, her hair color, her general shape. She was illuminated by the soft glow coming from my uncle's TV in the adjacent room. He often fell asleep with it on. I was groggy and confused, assuming my mom was just checking on me like she sometimes did. I remembered mumbling, "I'm fine, go back to sleep," or something similar. I closed my eyes, ready to drift off again. Then, a realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. My mother wasn't home. She was working the night shift at the hospital. She wouldn't be back until morning. My eyes shot open, and I stared again at the figure in my doorway. That's when I noticed her face, or rather, the lack of one. Where features should have been was just blackness, not shadowed or dark, but a void. A perfect oval of nothingness where her face should be, contrasting against her otherwise normal-looking appearance. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I felt that same paralyzing fear I'd experienced in France. The figure didn't move closer or retreat. It just stood there, seemingly watching me through a face that wasn't there. I must have blinked or closed my eyes for a second, because when I looked again, the hallway was empty. Just the dim light from the TV flickering on the opposite wall. I spent the rest of the night with my blanket pulled over my head, trembling and sweating despite the winter cold. When morning finally came, I checked with my aunt to confirm what I already knew. My mum hadn't come home during the night. She arrived at her usual time, around 7 in the morning, exhausted from her shift and completely unaware of what had happened. Again, I told no one. What would I say? I saw Mum last night, but it wasn't Mum. It was something pretending to be her. They'd think I was losing my mind. But after that night, memories of the shadow woman in France came flooding back. I realized it hadn't been my imagination or childish fears. Something had been visiting me then, and now it had found me again, and for some reason it chose to appear as my mother. That was the last time I saw the figure directly, but I still feel watched sometimes. I've developed habits to cope. I never sleep with my door open anymore. In fact, I always make sure it's closed and locked, no matter where I'm staying. I've become obsessive about checking under my bed and in my closets before going to sleep. I keep a small light on all night. I'm in my 20s now, and I still do these things. My roommates think I'm just paranoid or have some quirky security issues. They don't know about the shadow woman. No one does. What disturbs me most is the question of why this entity, whatever it is, chooses to mimic my mother. Is it because that's a form I trust? Is it trying to get close to me for some reason? And why did it follow me across countries, across years? Sometimes I wonder if I'll see it again, if one night I'll wake up to find it sitting on my bed like in France, or standing in my doorway like in the shared house. The thought keeps me up at night, and honestly, I don't know what's worse. The idea that I might see it again, or the possibility that it's been there all along, watching me while I sleep, and I just haven't been waking up to catch it. Story 14. I've been sitting on this experience for a while now, not really sure if I should share it. Part of me still doesn't believe what happened, but it's been eating away at me for months, and I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar and can make sense of it. About 7 months ago, my partner and I moved into this loft apartment downtown. It wasn't anything fancy. Exposed brick walls, high ceilings, hardwood floors that creaked in all the wrong places, but it was significantly cheaper than anything else in the area, and we were desperate to find a place that wouldn't drain our bank accounts completely. The day we signed the lease, our landlord, this middle-aged guy with perpetually sweaty palms, casually mentioned that the previous tenant had been troubled and left the place in ruins. He said it like it was some minor inconvenience, like they'd forgotten to take out the trash before moving out. Nothing that can't be fixed with a little elbow grease, he said, handing us the keys. My partner and I laughed it off at the time. We were just excited to have our own place finally. We spent the first couple of weeks patching holes in the walls, scrubbing unknown stains from the bathroom tiles, and replacing the kitchen cabinet doors that looked like they'd been kicked in. We told ourselves we were making it our own, turning someone else's disaster into our refuge. For the first 2 months, everything was fine, normal even. We settled into our routines, decorated with second-hand furniture, and felt like we'd scored an amazing deal on the place. Then things started to shift. It was subtle at first. Both my partner and I fell into this weird slump at the same time, like we both became irritable, had trouble sleeping, felt drained all the time. Initially, we chalked it up to work stress, or maybe the change of seasons. But looking back, it was too synchronized to be coincidence. The nightmares started for me around the 3-month mark. Not your standard bad dreams, but visceral, disturbing ones that left me gasping for air when I woke up. In them, I was always trapped in our apartment, but it was distorted. The walls would breathe, the ceiling would drip with something dark and viscous, and I'd hear whispers coming from inside the walls. Even worse was the sleep paralysis. I'd never experienced it before moving in, but suddenly it became a regular occurrence. I'd drift off for an afternoon nap and wake up completely immobilized, heart racing, with this overwhelming sense that something was in the room with me. There was this one afternoon, I'll never forget. I'd fallen asleep on the couch while my partner was at work. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't move, and standing in the doorway to our bedroom was what looked like my partner. Except it wasn't quite right. The proportions were off, the smile too wide, stretching impossibly across the face. I remember thinking, but she's at her office across town right now. I squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them again, whatever it was had vanished. I didn't tell my partner about it at first. I didn't want to freak her out, and honestly I thought maybe I was just stressed or developing some kind of sleep disorder. But then things escalated. Later that same day, when my partner came home from work, the entire apartment felt hollow. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the air had been scooped out and replaced with something heavier, colder. We both felt it but didn't say anything. My partner stepped out to throw away some trash, leaving the main door open, but latching the screen door behind her. You know, the kind with the little metal hook that you have to manually lift to open. I was washing dishes, watching her through the window as she walked to the dumpster. Not even a minute later, I heard a loud slam. The main door had shut completely, and when I went to check, the screen door was swinging wide open. The latch that couldn't possibly move on its own was now hanging loose. I remember standing there, dishwater dripping from my hands onto the floor, just staring at that latch. When my partner came back, she found me frozen in the doorway. I told her what happened, and for the first time, we both acknowledged that something wasn't right with our apartment. We did what most desperate people do, turn to Google. That night, we burned sage in every corner, opened all the windows, and repeated positive affirmations like we were in some kind of self-help seminar gone wrong. Strangely enough, it seemed to work. For about a week, everything was calm. No nightmares, no sleep paralysis, no doors moving on their own. We started to relax, to think maybe it had all been in our heads or just some weird coincidence with the door. Then we decided to have a small get-together with friends. Nothing wild, just 5 people total, some drinks, board games. Everyone left around midnight and we cleaned up before going to bed. Nothing unusual happened that night. The next morning I used the bathroom normally around 7 a.m. Showered, brushed my teeth, everything routine. An hour later I went back in to grab something and the walls were crawling with flies. Not just a few, dozens of them covering the walls, the mirror, the shower curtain. I'm not talking about little fruit flies either. These were big, fat, black flies that made this horrible buzzing sound that seemed to fill my head. I freaked out, grabbed a magazine and started swatting them down. They died easily enough, leaving smears of black on the white tiles. I cleaned everything, sprayed the whole bathroom with disinfectant, checked for any possible entry points or sources. There were none. No cracks in the window, no food left out, nothing rotting or decaying that could attract them. I told my partner, who helped me sanitize the bathroom again, thinking maybe I'd missed something. But later that day, they were back, another swarm, just as large. And then again the next morning. It became this bizarre ritual. Clean the bathroom, kill the flies, and a few hours later they'd return in waves. It wasn't just the flies. Both of us started feeling strange sensations while in the bathroom. Tugs on our clothing when no one was there, cold breaths on the back of our necks, the distinct feeling of being watched. Sometimes we'd hear tapping inside the walls, like fingernails against the pipes. After the third day of this, we tore that bathroom apart. We removed the mirror, checked behind the toilet, pulled up the bath mat, inspected every inch of caulking around the tub. Nothing. No nest, no eggs, no entry point. Nothing that could explain where these flies were coming from or why they were only in our bathroom. Finally, in desperation, we did another deep clean of not just the bathroom, but the entire apartment. We scrubbed floors, wiped down walls, organized closets, threw away anything we didn't absolutely need. We worked until past midnight, falling into bed exhausted, and just like that, the flies stopped. The tapping inside the walls ceased. The cold breaths and presence disappeared. Our apartment felt like our apartment again. Just walls and floors and furniture, nothing more. Over the next few weeks we developed a theory. Whatever lingered in our loft seemed to feed on chaos. Bottles from parties, filth in corners, general disarray. It grew stronger when the apartment slipped into disorder and seemed to lose its grip when we restored order. We noticed patterns. If we let dishes pile up for a couple of days, the sleep paralysis would return. If laundry accumulated on the floor, the hollow feeling would creep back in. Some might call it the Lord of Flies, feeding on decay and disorder. My partner thinks it's something smaller and sadder, perhaps an energy left behind by that troubled tenant the landlord mentioned so casually, a remnant of someone's chaos that continues to seek out similar environments to sustain itself. Either way, we've established our own ritual now. Every Sunday, we deep clean the apartment, open all the windows, and reclaim our space. We don't talk much about what happened anymore. It's like we've reached this unspoken agreement with whatever shares our home. We keep things orderly. It stays dormant. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the apartment and I let my guard down, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision. A shadow that doesn't match anything in the room, moving in ways shadows shouldn't move, and I know deep down that the shadow doesn't belong to us, and we're doing everything we can to keep it that way. Story 15. I can't sleep anymore, not since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face, that knowing smile that makes my skin crawl. I'm 17, and until 3 weeks ago I had this routine that kept me sane. Living in a house with 4 younger siblings meant I never got any peace and quiet. So I started sneaking out around 2 in the morning just to breathe, to have some space to myself. My parents would have freaked if they knew, but I was careful. Always left my phone on vibrate under my pillow in case they checked on me. I'd slip out my bedroom window, drop onto the garage roof, and then down to the ground. I had it down to a science. These walks were my escape. The neighborhood is dead quiet at that hour, just streetlights, stars, and empty roads. I'd take the same route every time, cut through the cul-de-sac behind our house, down Maple Street, across the bridge over the creek, then follow that winding road that leads to the small shopping plaza. There's nothing special there. Just a convenience store that closes at 11, a McDonald's that stays open until midnight, and a couple other shops. But beyond that is this small park surrounded by a ring of pine trees. That park was always my destination. It's nothing fancy, just some benches, a rusty swing set, and a public bathroom that somehow hasn't been completely vandalized yet. I'd lie on this specific bench that gives you a perfect view of the sky between the trees, and I'd just exist. No expectations, no noise, no chaos, just me and the night. I usually wouldn't see another soul during these walks. Sometimes the occasional car would drive by, or I'd spot a cat prowling around. But people, never. That's what made it perfect. But then 3 weeks ago, everything changed. It started like any other night. I slipped out at around 2:15, made my way through the neighborhood, and stopped at the shopping plaza like I always did. The McDonald's was closed, but I liked sitting at the outdoor tables for a bit. That night I found a plastic spoon someone had left behind, and I just fidgeted with it while thinking, flipping it between my fingers, balancing it on my knuckles. Stupid stuff, just killing time. I remember distinctly dropping it on the ground when I left. I got to the park around 3. The night was clear, stars everywhere, and I took my usual spot on the bench. I was lying there, headphones in, just staring up at the sky when I heard it, a whistle, soft but unmistakable. I pulled out my earbuds and sat up, and that's when I saw him. The old man stood at the edge of the park, partially illuminated by a distant streetlight. I recognized him immediately. Everyone in town knows him. This tall, skinny white guy who wanders around all day wearing the same clothes. Fancy button-up shirt and cargo pants that look like they came from another decade. My mom always said he might be mentally disabled and living with a caretaker somewhere nearby. He's harmless, she'd say. I'd only spoken to him once before. About a year ago, he approached me outside the library and just said, "Jesus loves you," then walked away before I could respond. It was weird but seemed innocent enough. But seeing him there, in the park, at 3 in the morning, that was different, that wasn't right. He just stood there for what felt like forever, not moving. Then he started walking towards me, slow, deliberate steps. I should have run right then, but I was frozen. I kept thinking, he's harmless. Everyone says he's harmless. When he got about 10 feet away, he stopped and gave me this smile, not a friendly smile, a cheeky grin like he knew something I didn't know yet, like we were sharing a secret that I wasn't aware of. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Nice night," I managed to say, thinking maybe if I acted normal he'd just move on. He didn't respond, just kept smiling. Then, in one quick motion, he closed the distance between us and grabbed my shoulder. His hand was bony but strong, pressing down with surprising force. I was about to shove him away when he reached into his pocket with his free hand. My mind went to a knife or worse. But what he pulled out was the plastic spoon, the same plastic spoon I had been playing with an hour earlier at the shopping plaza, the one I had dropped on the ground. He held it up like it was something precious, then slowly tucked it into the pocket of my sweatshirt, all while maintaining that terrible grin and never breaking eye contact. I bolted, didn't say a word, just tore away from his grip and ran to the park bathroom about 50 yards away. It's one of those single-room ones with a heavy door and a lock. I slammed it shut, locked it, and backed away until I hit the opposite wall, breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. My hands were shaking as I pulled the spoon from my pocket. Under the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom, I could see it clearly. It wasn't just a normal spoon anymore. There were markings on it. Tiny, intricate carvings covering both sides of the handle. They looked like letters, but not in any language I recognized. It reminded me of those AI-generated images where everything seems almost recognizable, but nothing actually is. The longer I stared at them, the more my eyes hurt, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How did he get this spoon? How long had he been following me, and why carve these weird symbols into it? I stood in that bathroom for over 30 minutes, alternating between staring at the spoon and listening for any sound outside. My phone showed it was nearly 4 in the morning. I needed to get home before my parents woke up, but I was terrified to open that door. Eventually, I gathered whatever courage I had left. I pocketed the spoon, took a deep breath, and unlocked the door as quietly as possible. I eased it open just enough to peek out. He was still there, sitting on a bench about 20 feet from the bathroom, just waiting. He hadn't left. He'd been sitting there the entire time, as if he knew I'd have to come out eventually. When he saw me, that smile returned. He didn't move to get up, didn't call out, just watched me with those knowing eyes. I ran, sprinted like I've never run before, out of the park, down the winding road, past the shopping plaza, across the bridge, through the neighborhood. I didn't look back once. My lungs were burning and my legs felt like they might give out, but I didn't slow down until I reached my house. I climbed back through my window, closed it and pushed my dresser in front of it. Then I sat on my bed, shaking until sunrise. The spoon. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I don't know why. I wrapped it in a sock and buried it in the back of my wardrobe. Sometimes I think I should just toss it, but something stops me every time. Like discarding it would somehow make things worse. It's been 3 weeks. I haven't gone out at night since then. My sleep is wrecked because every time I close my eyes, I see his face. That smile that says he knows something about me that I don't. The questions keep me up at night. How long had he been following me? Was this the first time? Or had he been stalking me on my other walks too? Did he follow me home? Does he know where I live? The worst part is not knowing what those symbols mean. I've tried researching them, looking up ancient alphabets and occult symbols, but nothing matches. They're just wrong somehow, like they shouldn't exist. I've seen him around town during the day a few times since then. He acts normal, wandering around like he always does. No one else seems concerned about him, but when he spots me, that smile returns, just for a second, like we have a secret. Last week, I was walking home from school when I saw him on the opposite side of the street. He held up a plastic spoon, a different one, and tapped it against his wrist like he was pointing to a watch, like he was telling me he's waiting for me to come out at night again. I can't tell anyone. My parents would ground me forever for the night walks. My friends would either think I'm making it up or tell me I'm overreacting about the harmless old guy. The police? What would I even say? This man gave me a spoon with weird carvings. So I'm stuck, trapped in my house after dark, jumping at every sound, wondering if he's out there watching my window, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't run that night, wondering what those symbols mean and why he chose me. Sometimes I take out the spoon and look at those markings. They seem to shift slightly every time I examine them, like they're changing when I'm not looking. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that something is very wrong with that man. He's not the harmless eccentric everyone thinks he is. There's something else behind those eyes, something that knows things it shouldn't, and he's waiting for me to come back out. Story 16. I don't talk about this stuff often. I've tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. I need to get this off my chest after keeping it bottled up for decades. Between 1983 and 1987, when I was between 4 and 8 years old, I had 3 experiences that I still can't explain. They happened in the same house, and just thinking about them now makes my skin crawl. The first incident happened when I was about 4. It was summertime, and our house didn't have air conditioning, just a few rotating fans that barely moved the thick, humid air. I remember lying in bed, sheets kicked off because it was too hot to have anything covering me. My window was open, but there wasn't even the slightest breeze coming through. I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, my pajamas sticking to my sweaty skin. My bedroom door was cracked open, letting in a sliver of hallway light. I was staring at the ceiling, counting the glow-in-the-dark stars my dad had put up there, when I heard it. A slow, deliberate creaking sound coming from the hallway. At first, I thought it was my dad checking on me. He would sometimes peek in when he thought I was asleep, but the footsteps weren't right. They were too measured, too careful. Each step was followed by a pause, like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. The creaking stopped outside my door, and I could feel someone standing there, watching me through the crack. I was frozen, pretending to be asleep, but my heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. Then I heard it. A deep, raspy male voice, unlike any voice in my family. "Tonight," it said, "you will sleep on the edge of your grave." Pure terror shot through my body. I couldn't move for what felt like forever. Then something inside me snapped, and I screamed, "Go away!" with every ounce of strength I had. What I heard next was worse than the voice itself. Deep, rumbling laughter. Not the kind of laugh that comes from something funny. This was satisfied, pleased with my fear. It went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 5 or 10 seconds. Then I heard my parents' bedroom door fly open and footsteps rushing down the hall. By the time my mum and dad burst into my room, I was sitting up in bed, shaking and crying. The presence at my door was gone. "What's wrong, honey?" my mom asked, sitting on my bed and pulling me into her arms. Through my tears, I told them about the voice and the laughing. My dad immediately checked the whole house, looked out all the windows, and made sure all the doors were locked. There were no signs of anyone. My parents tried to convince me it was just a bad dream. They let me sleep in their bed that night, but I knew it wasn't a dream. I was wide awake when it happened. Something had been there, watching me, threatening me. The second incident happened about a year later. I was 5, maybe almost 6. It was evening, and I was in my room playing with my toys. My mom was taking a shower in our only bathroom, which was right next to my bedroom. My dad was in the living room watching TV. I remember it was raining lightly outside, creating that soft pitter-patter sound on our roof. But then I heard something else, a loud thump that vibrated through the ceiling, like something heavy had landed on our roof. I froze, my toy car still in my hand. Then I heard it, footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps moving across the roof, directly above my head. Not the random scurrying of an animal, or branches scratching the shingles. These were unmistakably footsteps, moving with purpose. I sat there, paralyzed with fear, as the footsteps moved slowly from above my room toward the bathroom where my mum was showering. They stopped right above the bathroom. Seconds later, my mum came flying out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her, water and shampoo still in her hair, her face white with fear. "Someone's on the roof!" she yelled, running toward the living room. My dad grabbed a flashlight and baseball bat and went outside. I remember standing in the living room window with my mum, watching as he circled the house, shining the light up at the roof. He even got the ladder and climbed up to check, but there was nothing there, no footprints in the soft tar paper of our roof, no disturbed areas where someone might have been. Nothing. When he came back inside, my parents tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a branch that fell. Maybe it was the house settling, but they couldn't explain how we both heard the same thing, footsteps walking across our roof, at the exact same time from different rooms. That night, I slept in my parents' room again. I remember lying awake, listening for any sound from the roof, terrified that whatever it was would come back. The third incident was the strangest, and it happened when I was about 8. By then, I'd almost convinced myself that the other 2 experiences were just my imagination, even though deep down I knew they weren't. It was a cool autumn night. I was lying in my bed, almost asleep, when I noticed a light shining on my curtains. My first thought was that someone was outside with a flashlight. Our house was pretty isolated, so the idea of someone prowling around was scary enough. I lay perfectly still, watching this light on my curtain. It wasn't like car headlights or anything I'd seen before. It was a circular white-yellow light with perfectly defined edges, about the size of a dinner plate. And it was moving, not in the random way a flashlight would move if someone was walking, but in deliberate patterns. Figure 8s, circles, zigzags, like it was searching for something. I watched, my heart racing, as this light danced across my curtain. Then, suddenly, a second identical light appeared right next to it. Same size, same color, same sharp edges. These 2 lights began to move in tandem, circling each other, moving apart, then coming back together. It was like they were performing some kind of dance. There was an intelligence behind the movement. They weren't random at all. This went on for about a minute. I was terrified but also mesmerized. I couldn't look away. Then something happened that I still can't explain, something that defies the laws of physics as I understand them now as an adult. Both lights suddenly dropped down below my window and appeared on the solid fibro wall beneath. Let me be clear about what this means. My window was about 3 feet above the floor, and below it was a solid wall. There was no window or any other opening there. It was just solid fibro wall, and yet somehow these lights were now projecting onto that solid wall, moving in the same intelligent patterns. Even as a child, I knew that light doesn't travel through solid objects like that. It wasn't possible for what I was seeing to happen, and yet it was happening right in front of me. The lights continued their dance on the solid wall for another 30 seconds or so, and then they simply vanished. Not faded away, just gone in an instant. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. The lights never came back. I didn't tell my parents about this one. I knew they wouldn't believe me. How could they, when what I saw defied the basic rules of reality? It's been over 30 years now since these incidents, and I've never experienced anything like them again. I've looked for rational explanations. The voice and laughter could have been someone outside playing a cruel prank, though how they knew I was awake is beyond me. The footsteps on the roof. Maybe a large animal, though that doesn't explain why both my mum and I heard them as human footsteps. But those lights, I've never found an explanation that makes sense. Sometimes I wonder if all 3 incidents were connected. Was the same, whatever it was, coming back? Was it trying to communicate something, or was it just toying with me? I still think about these experiences often. They're as vivid in my memory now as when they happened. The deep voice saying I would sleep on the edge of my grave. The heavy footsteps crossing the roof toward my showering mother. Those impossible lights that move through solid walls. I've moved many times since then, lived in different states, different countries even, but part of me is always looking over my shoulder, wondering if it's still out there, whatever it was, wondering if one day it will find me again. The logical part of my brain tries to dismiss these memories as the overactive imagination of a child, or dreams that felt real, or misinterpretations of ordinary events. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. The fear was real. The voice was real. The footsteps were real. Those lights were real. And sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep, I find myself listening for creaking floorboards or footsteps on the roof, and I avoid looking at my curtains, afraid of what I might see dancing there in the darkness. Story 17. I've never told anyone about this. It happened almost 6 months ago, and I still get chills thinking about it. I'm only writing this now because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I live in a second-floor apartment in a relatively quiet neighborhood. It's an older building, probably built in the 70s, with those big windows that face the small patch of grass and trees between buildings. Nothing fancy, just a place I can afford on my teaching salary. Most nights, things quiet down around 8 in the evening, families settling in, TV sounds muffled through walls, occasional footsteps from the apartment above. Normal stuff. That night was a Tuesday in October. I remember because I had stayed up grading papers that had been due the previous Friday. I'd been putting it off all weekend, and I needed to return them the next day. The weather had turned colder, but I still had my window cracked open a bit. I like the fresh air when I sleep, even when it's chilly. It was exactly 10 minutes after 10. I know, because I had just checked the time on my phone, calculating how much longer I'd need to finish the stack of essays. That's when I heard it for the first time. Mom. It was a child's voice, a little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old. It came from directly below my window. At first I didn't think much of it. Kids should have been in bed by that hour on a school night, but maybe someone was out late. I kept working. 5 seconds later, Mom! The exact same tone, the exact same pitch, like someone had pressed play on the same audio clip. I got up and went to the window, pushing it open wider to look down. There's just a narrow strip of grass before the parking lot begins, dimly lit by a single street lamp about 30 feet away. No one was there. No child, no parent, nobody at all. "Mom," the voice continued, like clockwork, every 5 seconds. The same inflection each time, not scared, not whiny, not demanding, just neutral, mechanical, the kind of tone a kid might use when they're trying to get their mom's attention, but haven't reached the point of frustration yet. Just, "Mom." I stared down at the empty space beneath my window. The voice was coming from right there, not from further away in the parking lot, not from another apartment. It was as if someone was standing directly below me, but there was no one. "Mom." I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" My voice sounded strained and thin in the night air. No response except, "Mom." 5 seconds later, same tone. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it down from my window. The small beam illuminated nothing but empty grass and a few fallen leaves. No child, no person at all. "Mom." By this point, my heart was pounding. I'm not easily frightened. I've lived alone for years, but something about the rhythmic, unchanging nature of this voice was deeply unsettling. It wasn't getting louder or softer. The tone never changed. There was no frustration building, no signs of the child moving around. "Mom." I pulled my head back inside and shut the window completely, locking it. But I could still hear it, muffled but clear. "Mom." I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was coming from somewhere else. Sound can do weird things between buildings. Maybe it was a prank. Some teenager with a recording. Maybe I was just overtired from grading 32 essays on The Great Gatsby. But I couldn't shake how perfectly positioned the sound was. Right below my window. Not echoing across the complex. Not moving. Stationary. Consistent. Mechanical. "Mom." I checked the time again. 10:23. The voice had been going for over 13 minutes without a single change in tone, pitch, or rhythm. Every 5 seconds, like a metronome. Who calls for their mother for 13 minutes straight without changing their approach, without getting upset or giving up? I tried to go back to my grading, but I couldn't focus. My skin felt electric, like the air before a storm. I kept glancing at the window, expecting to see a face peering in, even though I'm on the 2nd floor. "Mom." 20 minutes now. 20 minutes. Of the same word, same voice, same tone, every 5 seconds. No normal child would do this. No normal situation would produce this. I started to wonder if I was the only one who could hear it. Why wasn't anyone else reacting? The apartment below mine? Were they hearing this directly outside their window? The parking lot wasn't empty. There were maybe 10 cars out there. Could no one else hear this child repeatedly calling for his mother? "Mom." I went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass, then returned to the window. I pressed the glass against the wall and put my ear to it, an old trick I'd read about for hearing through walls. If anything, it made the voice clearer, more present, still directly below, still saying the same word, "Mom." I started counting the seconds between each call. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. "Mom." Exactly 5 seconds, not approximately 5 seconds, exactly, as if timed by a machine. This realization sent ice through my veins. No child maintains that level of precision. No human does. "Mom." The longer it went on, the more wrong it felt. This wasn't a lost child. This wasn't even a recording being played as a prank. This was something else, something pretending. At 10:36, I called the non-emergency police line. I felt stupid doing it, but the voice hadn't stopped for nearly half an hour. "I think there might be a lost child outside my apartment building," I told the dispatcher, trying to sound calm and reasonable. "I can hear a young boy calling for his mom, but I can't see anyone when I look out." They said they'd send someone to drive by, but I could tell from their tone that it wasn't a priority. To them, it was probably just a domestic situation. Some kid wandering around looking for his parent. They couldn't hear what I was hearing. They couldn't feel what was so deeply wrong about this voice. "Mom." I paced my apartment. the essays forgotten on the table. My cat, usually asleep on the couch by this hour, was sitting alert, staring at the window. His ears were flattened against his head. He knew something wasn't right. I went back to the window and opened it again, wider this time. The cool air rushed in, but there was no other sound except, "Mom." "Who's there?" I called down, louder this time. "Do you need help? Where's your mom?" "Mom." No reaction to my questions, no change at all, just the same word, same tone. 5 seconds later, I started to feel a creeping certainty that whatever was down there wasn't a child at all. No real child would continue like this, unchanging, unresponsive. It felt like a lure, like bait. Mum. The police hadn't shown up yet. Maybe they weren't coming at all. I considered going downstairs to investigate, but every instinct screamed against it. Don't go down there. Don't answer that call. Instead, I grabbed a small mirror from my bathroom and positioned it at the window so I could see down without leaning out. The angle was awkward, but I could make out most of the area below my window. Nothing. Empty grass. Empty sidewalk. But the voice. Mom. Right. There. I felt sick. Whatever this was, it wasn't natural, wasn't normal, wasn't right. At 10:52, after 42 minutes of the same word repeated over 250 times, something changed. Mom. 5 seconds, Mom. 5 seconds. Mom. And then instead of the child's voice, a different sound came from the same spot. No. It was a man's voice. Deep, raspy, authoritative. Just that one word. No. Like a correction. Like a command. The silence that followed was deafening. No more mom, no sound at all except the faint rustle of the trees in the wind. I stood frozen at my window, mirror still in hand, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. That no had felt directly addressed to me, as if whatever was down there knew I was listening, knew I was watching. I waited for more. For the child's voice to return, for the man's voice to say something else, but there was nothing. Just silence. I closed and locked the window again, then pulled the blinds shut. I checked that my front door was locked, then wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. I even checked my closets and under my bed, feeling like a frightened kid, but unable to shake the certainty that something had followed me inside. The police never came. Or if they did, they never knocked on my door to tell me what they found. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, my cat pressed against my side, jumping at every creak and settling sound the building made. The next day, I asked my downstairs neighbor if they'd heard anything strange the night before. They looked at me like I was crazy and said they'd gone to bed early with earplugs because their partner snores. I asked a few others in the building. No one had heard a child. No one had heard a man's voice saying no. I was the only one. I've spent months trying to find a rational explanation, a prank, a weird audio phenomenon, a half-dream as I dozed off over student essays. But I know what I heard, and sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I can hear it again, very faintly, just below the threshold of certainty. Mom. I keep my windows locked now. I don't open them. Even when the apartment gets stuffy, I've thought about moving, but part of me is afraid that whatever it was would follow me. That maybe it wasn't about this place at all. Maybe it was about me. I don't know what was outside my window that night. I don't know why it called for its mother over 250 times in the exact same tone. I don't know who or what told it no. And I don't want to find out. Story 18. I've been debating whether to share this for years, but I need to get it off my chest. What happened to me when I was 17 has left me terrified of the dark, afraid of being alone, and completely convinced that there are things in this world we shouldn't mess with. It started innocently enough. My friends and I got our hands on a Ouija board at the mall, you know, the Parker Brothers one with the plastic planchette. We thought it would be fun to try it out during a sleepover at my house. There were 4 of us, me, Jessica, Tara, and Megan. We were typical teenage girls, more interested in talking about boys and school drama than anything supernatural. The first few times we used it, nothing much happened. We'd ask stupid questions like, "Does Jason have a crush on me?" Or, "Will I get asked to prom?" The planchette would move to yes or no, and we'd all accuse each other of pushing it, dissolving into fits of giggles. Looking back, I wish we had stopped there. But after the third or fourth time, something changed. The movements became smoother, more deliberate, like the planchette was gliding on its own. We started asking deeper questions. Who were we talking to? I remember asking. The planchette moved quickly. Anyone. What do you mean, anyone? Jessica asked. I can be whoever I want to be. That sent a chill down my spine, but we were too curious to stop. Where are you from? Tara asked. Nowhereverywhere. How do you take people? I asked, immediately regretting the question. The planchette circled the board twice before spelling Chokking. We ended the session after that, all of us visibly shaken. My friends went home the next day, but we used the board a few more times over the following weeks. Each time, the responses got darker and more personal. It knew things about us, private things we hadn't shared with each other. About a month after we first used the board, my parents left for the weekend to visit my sick grandmother. I was allowed to stay home alone since I had an important test to study for. I was a little nervous about being alone, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a stupid board game, right? The first night went fine. On the second night, I was in my bedroom studying when I noticed the hallway light flicker. I didn't think much of it at first. Our house was old and the wiring was faulty, but then the light went off completely. I walked out to the hallway and flipped the switch back on, thinking nothing of it. Not even a minute later, the light went off again. This time, I felt a cold sensation wash over me. I flipped it back on, and as I turned to walk away, it went off again right before my eyes. My heart was pounding in my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the switch was loose, or maybe there was an electrical problem, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. I could feel a presence in the house with me. I remembered my mother kept a Bible in her nightstand. I wasn't particularly religious, but at that moment I was willing to try anything. I grabbed the Bible and retreated to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I sat on my bed, Bible clutched to my chest, and started reading aloud. I didn't even know what passages I was reading. I just flipped to random pages and read whatever was there. My voice was shaking, and tears were streaming down my face. As I read, I started feeling incredibly tired. It wasn't a natural tiredness. It felt heavy and forced, like something was pressing down on me. I fought to keep my eyes open, pinching myself and splashing water on my face from a bottle I had on my nightstand, but it was no use. Despite my terror and determination to stay awake, I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness. When I woke up, the Bible was no longer in my hands. It was beside me on the bed, closed. I had fallen asleep with it open in my hands. I checked the time. Only 20 minutes had passed, but it felt like hours. The house was completely silent. Too silent. Even the usual creaks and settling noises were absent. I tried to get up to turn on more lights, but my body felt so heavy. I managed to reach for my phone to call someone, anyone, but the battery was dead, even though I'd charged it earlier. I must have drifted off again, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sensation I will never forget as long as I live. Something grabbed my ankles, not like a hand. It was more like a pressure encircling both my ankles at once. I tried to kick free, but I couldn't move my legs. The pressure started moving up my body, slowly, deliberately. It moved up to my calves, then my knees. I was fully awake now, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. It was like my voice had been stolen from me. The pressure continued upward, over my thighs, my hips. It felt like being wrapped in something cold and heavy. I could barely breathe. My entire body was frozen in terror, but my mind was screaming, frantically searching for a way out of this nightmare. When it reached my chest, the pressure intensified. I could feel my ribs being compressed, making each breath more difficult than the last. I managed to move my arms slightly, my fingers grasping desperately at the sheets beneath me, and then it reached my throat. The sensation of being choked is something I can't fully describe. It wasn't just the physical pressure cutting off my air, it was the absolute helplessness, the knowledge that I was completely at the mercy of whatever was attacking me. I could feel fingers, actual fingers, tightening around my neck, pressing into my windpipe. My vision started to blur at the edges, dark spots dancing before my eyes. In that moment when I thought I was going to die, my right hand brushed against something on my nightstand, my mother's crucifix. She had given it to me years ago, and I'd kept it there more as a keepsake than out of any religious conviction. With the last of my strength, I grabbed it and clutched it to my chest. I couldn't speak aloud, but in my mind, I was praying more fervently than I ever had in my life. I promised God, the universe, whatever was listening, that I would never touch a Ouija board again if I survived this night. As suddenly as it had begun, the pressure vanished. The fingers around my throat disappeared, and I gasped, drawing in deep, desperate breaths. I lay there for what felt like hours, clutching the crucifix, too afraid to move. When dawn finally broke, I got up, grabbed some essentials and ran to my neighbor's house. I made up a story about hearing strange noises and being scared. They let me stay until my parents returned the next day. I thought it was over. I really did. I got rid of the Ouija board, throwing it in a dumpster behind a grocery store far from my house. I told my friends we couldn't use it anymore, making up an excuse about my parents finding out and freaking out. But it wasn't over. A few days later, I was trying to take a nap in the afternoon. I was exhausted from not sleeping properly since the incident. As I was drifting off, I felt that strange presence again. I opened my eyes and froze in terror. Standing by my bed was what looked like a boy, maybe 18 inches tall, but with the proportions of an adult. His face was shadowed, but I could make out adult features, not a child's face. He stood perfectly still, just watching me. Then, without a sound, he turned and walked into my closet. I bolted upright, staring at the closet door. It was partially open, darkness beyond. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, staring, until my mom called me for dinner. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. How could I? She would think I was losing my mind. That night, I pushed my dresser in front of my closet door before going to bed. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to a scraping sound. The closet door was opening, pushing the dresser inch by inch. I watched in horror as the gap widened. I jumped out of bed and ran to the door, slamming it shut. I found an old phone charger cable and tied it around the doorknob, securing it to my bedpost. For a few minutes, everything was quiet. Then the door began to shake violently, the cable stretching taut. The wood of the door started to splinter around the handle. I ran out of my room and spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, with all the lights on. The next day, I told my parents the closet door was broken and asked if we could replace it. My dad removed it entirely while waiting for the new one, which was a small relief. A week later, Jessica came over. She wanted to use the Ouija board again. I told her I'd thrown it away, but she'd brought another one. I refused at first, but she kept pushing, saying we needed to properly say goodbye to whatever we'd contacted. Against my better judgment, and violating the promise I'd made that terrifying night, I agreed to one final session. As soon as the planchette started moving, I knew it was a mistake. Pamela. My blood ran cold. We hadn't told it my name in our previous sessions. Ememberyourpronmisetogod. I couldn't breathe. Jessica looked at me in confusion, but I couldn't explain. Dontbreakit. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the planchette. Becausenextmeilltakeyu. I ripped my hands away from the board. Jessica was pale, finally understanding the gravity of what was happening. Without a word, I grabbed the board, ran outside to the fire pit in our backyard, and burned it. Jessica didn't try to stop me. That was 11 years ago. I haven't touched a Ouija board since, and I never will again. I still sleep with a light on. I still can't stand to be in a house alone. And to this day, I can't have a closet door in my bedroom. Whatever we contacted through that board was real, and it was malevolent. It wanted to harm me, maybe even kill me. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can feel a slight pressure around my ankles, just waiting for me to break my promise. Story 19. I still can't explain what happened that day. I've been a Catholic priest for almost 12 years now, and I've seen my share of what some might call miracles. Moments of incredible coincidence or unexplainable timing that make you wonder if there's something more at work. But nothing compares to what happened during my pilgrimage 3 years ago. My friend Thomas and I had decided to undertake a traditional pilgrimage, 700 kilometers on foot across the country. We'd planned for months, mapping our route through small towns and villages, preparing physically with long walks and hikes. The purpose wasn't just religious devotion, but also personal reflection. We'd both been serving our communities for years and needed time to reconnect with our faith in a more direct, physical way. We decided to do it the traditional way, traveling with minimal funds, relying partly on the kindness of strangers and partly on our own resources. We each carried a small backpack with essentials, some clothes, basic toiletries, a sleeping bag, a water bottle, and just enough money for absolute necessities. The whole point was to experience humility and dependence on God's providence. By the 5th day, we'd already walked about 120 kilometers. Our feet were covered in blisters, our shoulders ached from carrying our packs, and we were both sunburned, despite the hats and sunscreen. But there was something deeply satisfying about the journey. Watching the sunrise as we set out each morning, praying together as we walked, and connecting with people in the small communities we passed through. That particular day had been especially difficult. The weather had turned unexpectedly hot, and the route took us through several steep hills. We'd miscalculated our water supply and had to ration it through the afternoon. By the time we reached this tiny village, I don't even remember its name now, we were exhausted, thirsty, and starving. The village was hardly more than a cluster of houses, a church, and a small grocery store. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the dusty main street. There wasn't much activity, just an old man sitting outside his house and a couple of children playing in a yard. We had planned to ask at the local church if we could sleep there overnight, as we'd done in several other villages. But first, we needed food. The grocery store was tiny, with just 4 narrow aisles of basic supplies. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, and a small fan in the corner did little to combat the heat. An elderly woman sat behind the counter, doing a crossword puzzle. She barely looked up when we entered, just nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thomas and I split up, each grabbing a small basket. I was focused on getting the essentials: bread, some cheese, canned beans, and fruit that would travel well. I was mentally calculating costs as I went, knowing we needed to be careful with our limited funds. When I got to the counter, the woman started scanning my items. Thomas had stepped outside to fill our water bottles at a public tap we'd spotted. As the total climbed on the old register, I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. I'd misjudged the prices, Everything in this remote village cost more than I'd expected. I emptied my pockets, counting the coins and worn bills. I was short by about 20 euros. I felt the heat rise in my face, embarrassed to be standing there unable to pay. I was about to ask her to remove some items when the door opened, setting off a small bell. I didn't turn around immediately, too focused on my predicament, but then I felt something. It's hard to describe. It was like the air in the room suddenly changed, became lighter somehow. I felt a wave of something, not exactly peace, but maybe a feeling of relief or reassurance. That's when I turned and saw him, a tall man, at least 6'3", with long dark hair tied back in a loose ponytail. He wore a worn leather jacket despite the heat, jeans and boots. He must have been in his mid-30s with a short beard and the deepest, calmest eyes I've ever seen. He walked straight to the counter, not hurried, but with purpose. I remember thinking he didn't look like he belonged in this small village. He had an urban look about him, like someone from a much larger city. "This man takes everything. I'll pay," he said to the cashier. His voice was deep but gentle. Before I could protest, he handed her a 50-euro bill, more than twice what I needed. I was stunned. "Sir, that's very kind, but—" He just shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. You're on a long journey." I hadn't mentioned our pilgrimage to anyone in the village. We weren't wearing anything that would identify us as priests or pilgrims, just regular hiking clothes. How did he know? While the cashier was getting change, he grabbed a small packet of mints and a bottle of water for himself. Throughout this whole interaction, I kept feeling waves of what I can only describe as positive energy coming from him. It wasn't anything visible or even tangible, really, but standing near him made me feel hopeful, happy, like everything was going to be all right. The cashier handed him his change, which he pocketed without counting. He nodded at me, smiled again, and walked out. I quickly gathered my groceries, thanked the cashier, and hurried after him. I wanted to properly thank him, maybe offer a blessing, or at least find out who he was. The whole encounter had lasted less than 2 minutes, but it had affected me deeply. When I stepped outside, Thomas was coming back with our filled water bottles. "Who was that guy?" he asked. "You saw him," I said, looking up and down the street. "Yeah, tall guy with the leather jacket." He nodded at me as I was coming back. I scanned the street in both directions. There was nobody there, not a single person. The old man who had been sitting outside was gone, the children were no longer playing, and there was no sign of the tall stranger. What makes this truly inexplicable is that this village had just one main street that ran straight for at least 200 meters in both directions. There were no side streets or alleys where he could have turned. No cars were parked nearby, no motorcycles, nothing. The buildings on either side of the grocery store were closed up. One appeared abandoned, and the other had its shutters drawn. He had walked out literally seconds before me. There's no way he could have disappeared so completely in that time. I explained to Thomas what had happened inside, and we both stood there, bewildered. We walked up and down the street, looking for any sign of him. We even asked at the few houses where lights were on, but no one knew of any tall stranger with long hair and a leather jacket. That night, we stayed at the small local church after explaining our situation to the elderly priest there. I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it, the way he knew we were on a journey, the feeling I got in his presence, his sudden, impossible disappearance. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this incident since then. As a priest, I'm cautious about claiming to have experienced something supernatural. I know how easily the mind can play tricks, how coincidences can seem meaningful, how we can project our own desires onto random events. But this was different. In our tradition, there are stories of angels appearing to travelers, offering help and guidance before vanishing. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I don't have a better explanation. What sticks with me most isn't the mystery of his disappearance, but the feeling I had in his presence. In all my years of prayer and religious devotion, I've rarely felt such a pure sense of benevolence and hope as I did standing next to that stranger. It was like standing next to a source of light that you can't see, but can definitely feel. Thomas and I completed our pilgrimage, walking the full 700 kilometers. We had many more encounters with kind strangers, experienced beautiful moments of connection and spirituality, and endured our share of hardships. But nothing came close to the profound impact of those few minutes in that small grocery store. I've never shared this story widely before. As a priest, I'm wary of focusing too much on the supernatural or miraculous. Our faith isn't built on these kinds of experiences, but on something deeper and more constant. But I know what I experienced, I know what I felt, and I know that there was no way that man could have vanished so completely in the few seconds between when he left the store and when I followed him out. Sometimes when I'm struggling or feeling lost, I remember the feeling I had in his presence, that sense that everything would be all right, that sense of pure benevolence. And it helps. I don't know who or what he was, but I know that for those few minutes, something extraordinary touched my ordinary life, and it changed me in ways I'm still discovering. Story 20. I've been putting off writing about this for months now. I guess part of me was hoping that if I didn't talk about it, maybe it would feel less real somehow. But I can't stop thinking about it, and I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or maybe I just need to put this somewhere before it drives me crazy. This happened about 2 or 3 months ago, and I still get chills thinking about it. I live in a house that I've been in for over 20 years now. It's nothing special, just a regular place with a small yard. Behind my house, there's this driveway area with some bushes and trees. It's not very big, but it's convenient when I need to take my dogs out for a quick bathroom break instead of going for a full walk. That night, it was either around 11 or midnight. I can't remember exactly because everything that happened afterward kind of screwed with my sense of time. I was just taking one of my dogs out for his last bathroom trip before bed. It was a clear night, not too cold, pretty quiet as usual. My neighborhood isn't exactly bustling at that hour, especially since the building next door is a retirement home, and in 20 years I've barely heard a peep from there. I was just standing there, waiting for my dog to do his business, checking out the stars, something I do out of habit, when it happened. Out of absolutely nowhere, this voice started speaking to me. Not like someone talking from a distance or someone trying to get my attention. This was loud, like someone was holding a megaphone right at my face. The volume was so intense that I actually felt it in my chest, like when you stand too close to speakers at a concert. Here's the thing that immediately freaked me out. It wasn't speaking English. It wasn't speaking anything I've ever heard before. It wasn't Spanish or French or German or anything remotely familiar. It didn't even sound like Latin or any ancient language I've ever heard in movies or documentaries, but it was absolutely a language, not random sounds or noises. There were distinct patterns, inflections, what sounded like sentences and pauses. This wasn't animal noises or mechanical sounds. This was clearly an intelligent being communicating. The voice continued for about 25 seconds, which doesn't sound long, but when you're standing alone in the dark with something unexplainable shouting at you in an alien language, it feels like an eternity. My first reaction was complete shock. I literally froze in place. My brain was desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. My initial thought was that someone had set up some kind of speaker as a prank, but that made zero sense. Who would do that? The retirement home residents, the nearest neighbors on the other sides, are too far to pull off something like this, and I've never had issues with any of them. I immediately wanted to record what was happening, but realized with frustration that my phone was inside charging because the battery had been low. Of all the times not to have my phone, I remember feeling almost angry at myself for that. because I knew no one would believe this without evidence. As the voice continued, I realized something that sent ice through my veins. The source of the sound was moving. Whatever or whoever was speaking was pacing back and forth across my yard, about 10 feet away from me. I could track the movement perfectly from the sound. It moved from one end of the yard to the other, all while continuing to speak directly at me. But there was nothing there. Nothing. I could see across the whole yard clearly. There are motion sensor lights back there, and they were on, illuminating the space. There were no shadows, no distortions, no visible form of any kind. Just this massive voice moving through empty air. And when I say massive, I mean it sounded like it was coming from something huge. If I had to put dimensions to it based just on the voice, I would guess something at least 12 feet tall and incredibly powerful, like a 500-pound creature. The voice had this depth and resonance that no human voice has. It filled the space completely. My dog, who is usually pretty chill and rarely barks, completely lost it. He was barking frantically, his hair standing up, and he was facing exactly where the voice was coming from as it moved. He was seeing or sensing something that I couldn't. That's when I really started to get terrified, because dogs don't react to nothing. They don't fake fear. The tone of the voice was what really got to me. It wasn't neutral or curious. It sounded angry, authoritative, almost like it was issuing commands or warnings. There was a harshness to it that made me feel like I was being reprimanded for something, but I had no idea what. The cadence would rise and fall, sometimes getting louder as if emphasizing certain points. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I die. Because whatever was producing this voice seemed powerful enough to tear me apart if it wanted to. Why else would something reveal itself to me like this, unless it meant harm? But it didn't touch me. It just spoke. And after those 25 seconds that felt like hours, it just stopped. No fading away, no moving into the distance. It simply ceased as suddenly as it had begun. The silence afterward was almost as terrifying as the voice itself. My dog was still barking and pulling on his leash, trying to get back to the house. I didn't need any convincing. I practically ran back inside, my hands shaking so badly I could barely lock the door behind me. Once inside, I just sat on my couch with all the lights on, my dog pressed against me, both of us still trembling. I kept expecting the voice to start again, maybe coming from inside the house this time. But it didn't. I didn't sleep that night, not a single minute. I sat there with a kitchen knife beside me until dawn, jumping at every little creak and sound. When morning came, I went out to inspect the yard in daylight. I was half expecting to find footprints, disturbed earth, something, anything, that would provide a rational explanation. There was nothing, not a single thing out of place. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to figure out what had happened. I checked with the retirement home to see if they had any new residents who might have mental health issues, or if they were testing some kind of emergency system. Nothing. I asked the few neighbors I know if they'd heard anything unusual that night. None had. I researched audio phenomena, researched if certain geological conditions can create strange acoustic effects, looked into whether certain animals can make sounds that mimic speech patterns. Nothing fit what I'd experienced. I even reluctantly brought it up to a friend who's into paranormal stuff. She immediately said it sounded like a demonic entity. According to her, demons often speak in unknown languages and can manifest their voice without showing physical form. That explanation terrifies me, but I don't know if I believe it. Personally, I lean more toward it being something extraterrestrial. I've never believed in aliens visiting Earth before, but this experience has completely changed my perspective. The language was so structured, so clearly from an intelligent source, yet utterly foreign to anything human. And the way it projected its voice without having a visible form makes me think of technology beyond our understanding. What keeps bothering me is the purpose. Why would this entity, whatever it was, reveal itself to me specifically? I'm nobody special. I don't work in any sensitive field. I don't have special knowledge. I'm just an ordinary person. Was I just in the wrong place at the wrong time? Did it mistake me for someone else? Or was there some message it was trying to convey that I simply couldn't understand? The other thing that haunts me is that it might come back. Every time I take my dogs out at night now, I feel this crawling sensation on my skin, like I'm being watched. I've started taking them out earlier, before it gets completely dark, and I always bring my phone, fully charged, just in case. I haven't heard the voice again since that night. Part of me hopes I never do, but another part wishes it would return so I could record it, have proof, maybe even try to communicate somehow. Because right now all I have is this story that sounds completely insane, even to my own ears. But I know what I heard. My dog knows what he heard. There was something there with us that night. Something that doesn't fit into our understanding of reality. Something that could speak with tremendous power, yet remain completely invisible. Something that wanted to communicate with me, specifically. For reasons I still don't understand. I don't know if this was a one-time crossing between different worlds or dimensions, or if these things are around us all the time, and we just don't usually perceive them. Either way, I can't look at the world the same anymore. When you experience something that completely shatters your understanding of reality, you can't just go back to normal. I still take my dogs out. I still live in my house. I still go about my daily life. But there's always this awareness now, this sense that the world is much stranger and perhaps more dangerous than we realize. That the boundaries we think exist between our reality and whatever else is out there are thinner than we imagine. Whatever it was that spoke to me that night, it has fundamentally changed how I see everything, and I still have no answers, just this story that I can barely make sense of myself. Story 21. The property had been sitting empty for a few years after Uncle Frank passed. My aunt couldn't bear to sell it, but didn't want it to fall into disrepair either. When I mentioned needing a change of scenery after my breakup, she practically threw the keys at me. "Just pay the utilities," she said. "It'll be good to have someone there." The cabin sits about 40 minutes outside town, nestled in dense woods with no neighbors for miles. It's rustic but comfortable. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, living room with a stone fireplace, and a den my uncle used for cleaning his hunting gear. There's spotty cell service and unreliable internet, but that was part of the appeal. I wanted isolation. The first week was exactly what I needed. I'd wake up to birdsong instead of traffic, spend my days hiking or reading on the porch, and fall asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. I felt the tension melting away from my body for the first time in months. On day 8, things changed. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the most putrid smell I've ever experienced. It was like rotting meat mixed with something sulfuric and sickly sweet. My first thought was that an animal had died in the walls or under the cabin. The stench was so strong, I gagged immediately, fumbling for the bedside lamp. I checked every room with my shirt pulled over my nose, looking for the source. Nothing in the kitchen garbage, no dead mouse behind the refrigerator. The smell seemed strongest in my bedroom, but I couldn't pinpoint its origin. It was just everywhere. Then, after about 20 minutes, it vanished. Not gradually like you'd expect with a normal smell that dissipates. It was just gone between one breath and the next. I stood in the middle of the bedroom, confused. Had I imagined it? The intensity made that seem impossible. I opened windows anyway, then eventually went back to sleep, chalking it up to some weird forest phenomenon. 3 days passed normally. I almost forgot about the incident until I woke up again, this time to a sound rather than a smell. Breathing. Heavy, labored breathing coming from inside my bedroom wardrobe. My body went rigid under the covers. The wardrobe stood against the wall opposite my bed, its doors slightly ajar because the right one never quite closed properly. In the darkness, I could see that sliver of deeper black between the doors. The breathing was unmistakable, the slow, deliberate inhale and exhale of something large, something that shouldn't have fit inside that wardrobe. I lay frozen, afraid to move, my eyes adjusted to the darkness. And that's when I saw them, pale white fingers curling around the edge of the wardrobe door, long thin fingers gripping the wood from inside. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My throat closed up completely as I watched those fingers tighten their grip. Then 3 loud, deliberate knocks sounded from directly beneath my bed. Knock, knock, knock. Not random creaking, intentional, like someone announcing their presence. I bolted. I didn't care what was in the wardrobe or under the bed. Survival instinct took over. I ran to the front door, fumbled with the lock with shaking hands, and spent the night in my car with the doors locked and engine running. When dawn broke, I forced myself to go back inside. The wardrobe doors were exactly as I'd left them. I checked underneath the bed. Nothing but dust. I searched the entire cabin and found no signs of intrusion. The doors and windows had been locked from the inside. I almost left that day. Should have. But I convinced myself I'd had a particularly vivid nightmare. Maybe it was stress, or something I ate. The rational explanations comforted me enough to stay, though I started sleeping with the lights on and a kitchen knife beside my bed. For almost 2 months, nothing happened. I relaxed, even started sleeping with the lights off again. Then came the storm. It hit suddenly one evening. Violent winds, torrential rain, the works. The power flickered, then went out completely around 9 p.m. I lit candles, built a fire in the fireplace, and settled in with a book and a flashlight, waiting it out. Around midnight, the breathing started again. This time it wasn't contained in the wardrobe. It filled the entire room, deep, raspy breathing coming from everywhere and nowhere. The candle flames dipped and swayed with each exhale, though there was no draft. I sat paralyzed, watching the shadows dance on the walls. That's when the doorknob to my uncle's den began to rattle. The rattling wasn't violent. It was methodical, like someone testing the door, turning the knob slightly left, then right, then left again. I never locked that door because there was no reason to. It should have opened easily. "Who's there?" I called out, hating how my voice cracked. The breathing stopped. The doorknobs stopped. Complete silence fell, more terrifying than the noises. Then the whispering started. Not one voice, but many. Dozens, maybe more, all speaking rapidly in hushed tones. It reminded me of being in church when I was young, that collective murmur of prayer before service begins. I couldn't make out individual words, just the urgent, overlapping cadence of many voices speaking simultaneously. They seemed to be coming from inside the walls themselves, from the floorboards, from the ceiling beams, everywhere. I grabbed my car keys and fled again, driving through the storm to the nearest motel. I checked in around 1 in the morning, soaking wet and probably looking deranged. The next day, I called my aunt. I didn't tell her everything, just that I'd been experiencing some strange things at the cabin and wondered if there was any history I should know about. Her silence on the phone lasted a bit too long. "You should talk to your Uncle Jim," she finally said. "Frank's brother. He knows more about that place than I do." Uncle Jim was surprised to hear from me, but agreed to meet for coffee that afternoon. He was a practical man, a retired engineer who'd spent his career dealing with facts and measurements, not the type to believe in ghost stories. "So you're staying at the old Palmer place," he said after we exchanged greetings. "Palmer place?" I asked. "I thought it was always our family's cabin." Jim shook his head. "Frank bought it in the 80s from the Palmer estate. Old man Palmer built it back in the 30s, used it for hunting, same as Frank." "Did something happen there?" I asked carefully. Jim stirred his coffee longer than necessary. "Frank's grandfather, your great-grandfather, died in that cabin. Heart attack, they said. He was staying there alone for a hunting weekend." "That's sad, but natural," I pointed out. "I'm experiencing things that don't feel natural." Jim's expression changed just slightly. What kind of things? I told him everything: the smell, the breathing, the hands in the wardrobe, the knocking, the whispering voices. As I spoke, his face remained neutral, but his knuckles whitened around his coffee mug. Frank mentioned some strange experiences over the years, he finally admitted. Nothing specific, just that sometimes the place felt occupied. He was a private person, didn't share details. Did he ever mention smells? Or voices? Not to me, Jim said, a little too quickly. Look, old cabins make noises, pipes, settling foundation, wildlife. I'm sure there's a logical explanation. But his eyes wouldn't meet mine. I returned to the cabin that evening, determined to pack my things and leave for good. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. No signs of disturbance. The rational part of my brain tried to convince me that Jim was right, that I was letting my imagination run wild in an unfamiliar setting. I decided to stay one more night, just to prove to myself that I could. I'd pack in the morning when I could see better. That was my mistake. I fell into an uneasy sleep around midnight. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I woke to the feeling of my entire bed shaking violently. Not like an earthquake, like someone had grabbed the foot of the bed and forcefully shoved it, making it lurch toward the wall. It happened 3 times in quick succession. Shove, shove, shove. I scrambled backward against the headboard, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The room was completely silent and still after those 3 movements. I switched on the lamp with trembling fingers. Nothing was visibly different, but the bed had definitely moved. It was now sitting at a slight angle, closer to the wall than it had been when I went to sleep. That was it. I didn't wait for morning. I threw my essential belongings into a bag and was out the door within 10 minutes. I've never returned to the cabin. My aunt found another relative to look after it. I've tried researching the history of the place, the Palmer family, anything that might explain what happened, but records from that area are sparse. Uncle Jim called me about a month after our coffee meeting. He sounded tired, his voice lower than usual. I should have told you, he said without preamble. Frank didn't just find our grandfather there after his heart attack. There were irregularities. What kind of irregularities? I asked. The coroner noted scratches on the walls, like someone had been clawing at them, and grandfather's expression. They said it was unlike anything they'd seen. Pure terror. Frank made me promise never to tell anyone. He was afraid it would affect the property value. I wanted to ask more questions, but Jim hung up abruptly. He's avoided my calls since. I still have nightmares about those pale hands gripping the wardrobe door. Sometimes I wake up in my apartment and think I catch a whiff of that rotting smell, just for a second. And on stormy nights when the wind is high, I swear I can hear the faintest whispers coming from somewhere inside my walls. Story 22. I can't believe I'm finally writing this down. I've tried to forget what happened for months, but the images just won't leave my head. Maybe sharing it will help. This happened last summer when I was visiting my hometown. My younger brother Ryan had been begging me to check out this abandoned rehabilitation center he and his friends had heard about. It was this massive building from the 1950s or 60s that had been shut down for at least a decade, tucked away in the woods on tribal land about 30 minutes outside town. I'm usually up for urban exploration, so I agreed to go with them since I was the oldest at 24. That Saturday morning, Ryan rounded up 4 of his friends, all 17 or 18, and we piled into my car. The drive was normal enough. Lots of joking around and talking about other abandoned places they'd explored. One kid, Marcus, kept going on about how the place was supposedly haunted, which just made everyone laugh and talk even louder. I remember thinking they were so young, still at that age where creepy places were just exciting, not actually dangerous. We had to park about half a mile away since the access road was overgrown. The hike through the woods was honestly beautiful. Sunlight filtering through the trees, birds chirping. It felt like any other summer day. I remember sweating a bit in the humidity and thinking I should have brought more water. When we finally reached the facility, I was actually impressed. It was bigger than I'd imagined. 3 stories of weathered brick, with most windows either boarded up or broken. Nature was already reclaiming it, with vines crawling up the sides and small trees sprouting through cracks in the concrete walkway. Ryan explained that it used to be a rehabilitation center for people with various disabilities and illnesses, but after some scandal and funding issues, they shut it down. Getting inside was easy enough. A side door near what must have been the loading dock had been pried open long ago. As soon as we stepped inside, the temperature dropped noticeably. The lobby was this massive open space with a reception desk, peeling wallpaper and scattered debris. Light poured in through the broken windows, creating these weird patterns on the dusty floor. We all pulled out our flashlights, even though it was still daytime. The first floor was pretty much what you'd expect. Offices, a cafeteria with overturned tables, a recreation room with an ancient TV still sitting in the corner. The place had obviously been picked clean of anything valuable years ago. We found some patient files scattered around, which was sad but interesting. Someone had scrawled graffiti on some walls, usual teenage stuff and some crude drawings. We were actually having a good time, taking pictures and joking around. I remember Ryan finding an old wheelchair and racing it down a hallway while his friends laughed. The atmosphere was light, even with the creepy, abandoned vibe. Then we decided to check out the second floor. I still can't fully explain what happened next. As soon as we reached the top of this wide staircase, something just changed. The air felt different, heavier somehow. It was noticeably more humid up there, and this smell hit us. At first I thought maybe a raccoon or some animal had died nearby, but it wasn't just decay. It was like mold and rot, and something else I couldn't identify. My stomach instantly knotted up. The guys felt it too. Their voices got quieter, and they stopped horsing around. The hallways up there were darker, fewer windows and more shadows. The layout was different too. Long corridors with rooms on either side, probably patient rooms. Water damage was everywhere, with ceiling tiles collapsed and black mold spreading across the walls. Maybe we should stick together, I suggested, but my brother, trying to act brave, said we could cover more ground if we split up. So we paired off, me with Ryan and the other 4 guys in pairs. We agreed to meet back at the staircase in 20 minutes. Ryan and I took the east hallway. The floor was sticky in places, and every door we passed seemed to watch us. I know that sounds crazy, but that's honestly how it felt. Most rooms were empty except for metal bed frames or broken dressers. Some still had those hospital privacy curtains hanging in tatters. About 10 minutes in, we heard someone shout from across the building. It wasn't a scream, more like someone calling out in surprise. Ryan and I looked at each other and immediately headed that way, calling out to the others. I remember my heart was already racing, thinking one of the kids had gotten hurt. We found Marcus and his friend Tyler standing at the entrance to what looked like a communal shower room. The other 2 guys were rushing over from another hallway. Marcus was just staring into the room, completely pale. "What the hell is that?" he kept saying, pointing inside but not wanting to go further in. I stepped past them into the doorway, and what I saw made my entire body go cold. The shower room was large, with maybe 15 to 20 shower stalls along the walls, the kind with metal dividers, but no doors. Each shower had one of those floor drains, and in every single drain there was a bird, shoved headfirst down into the pipe. Some of them were fresh, their feathers still intact, legs sticking up. Others had clearly been there for a while, just bones and feathers remained. But the worst part, the thing that still gives me nightmares, was that around each drain, someone had painted a perfect black circle. They were all exactly the same size, maybe 8 inches in diameter. and the paint looked fresh and glossy in our flashlight beams. The fresh birds were crawling with ants, and the stench was unbearable now that we were in the room. I recognized different types: sparrows, a couple of crows, what might have been a blue jay, all forced headfirst down those drains. "I've been here before," I said, my voice sounding strange even to myself. "Last year, with some friends from college. This room was empty then, just shower stalls." No one spoke for what felt like forever. The only sound was the dripping of water somewhere in the distance and our own breathing. I felt like we were being watched, like whoever had done this was nearby, observing our reactions. What disturbed me most was the methodical nature of it all. This wasn't random vandalism or kids being cruel. Those perfect black circles, the placement of the birds, it was ritualistic, deliberate. It had meaning to whoever had done it. Ryan finally broke the silence. "We need to go, now." His voice cracked, and I realized he was truly scared. These weren't just dead birds. This was evidence that someone dangerous was using this building. As we turned to leave, Tyler pointed his flashlight at the wall behind us. Someone had scratched something into the tile. Not words, just this symbol that looked like an eye, with a vertical line through it. It was crude, but deliberate, scratched deep enough that whoever did it had spent time on it. Every hair on my body stood on end. I grabbed Ryan's arm and practically dragged him toward the door. The others followed close behind, no one wanting to be last. We didn't run. Running feels like panic, and panic is contagious, but we moved quickly and purposefully back toward the stairs. No one spoke as we descended to the first floor. The previously mundane lobby now felt threatening, the shadows deeper. I kept thinking I heard footsteps somewhere in the building, but it could have been our own echoing or the building settling. Once outside, we still didn't speak until we were halfway back through the woods. Then everyone started talking at once, trying to explain what we'd seen, trying to make it make sense. "It had to be some kind of cult thing," Marcus kept saying. "Maybe it was just some sick person," Ryan suggested, but his voice was shaky. I didn't offer any theories. I just wanted to get back to the car, back to somewhere normal and safe. I kept checking behind us, certain we were being followed, though I never saw anyone. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those birds, those perfect black circles. I'd wake up convinced I could smell that awful rot in my bedroom. 3 months later, I did something I still can't fully explain. I went back, alone. I told myself I needed closure, needed to see if those birds were still there or if it had been cleaned up. Maybe I needed to confirm I hadn't imagined it or blown it out of proportion. The building felt different in the fall. The vines had turned red and the woods were quieter. I brought a better flashlight this time, and pepper spray. I'm not stupid. I made my way straight to the second floor, to that shower room, heart pounding the whole time. The room was exactly as we'd left it, except the fresh birds were now just skeletons like the others. The black circles were still there, though some had faded slightly. No new birds had been added. The eye symbol was still scratched into the wall. I took photos this time, though I've never shown them to anyone. Something about documenting it made it feel more real, but also more distant, like I was an observer rather than a participant. As I was leaving, I noticed something I'd missed before. On the floor near the doorway, partially hidden under debris, was a small leather pouch. I shouldn't have touched it, but I did. Inside were small bones, too small to be human, and 3 black feathers tied together with red thread. I dropped it immediately and left, moving faster than I'd care to admit. I've researched local tribal legends since then, trying to understand what I saw. I've found nothing conclusive, though there are some stories about birds as messengers between worlds. I don't know if what I witnessed was connected to authentic tribal practices or just someone appropriating and distorting them. What I do know is that somewhere out there is a person who meticulously collects birds, kills them, and places them in specific patterns for reasons I can't comprehend. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I imagine them returning to that shower room, finding my footprints in the dust, and knowing someone has been there. I haven't gone back since, and I never will. But even now, months later, when I see a bird perched on my windowsill, I feel my skin crawl. Story 23. I was about 8 years old when we moved into that house. I still remember the first time I walked through it. Something just felt off. The real estate agent kept going on about the character and charm of older homes, but all I noticed was how the light seemed to get swallowed up by the walls, no matter how many windows were open or lamps we turned on. My mom loved all the built-ins and wood detailing, but I couldn't shake this feeling that the shadows were somehow thicker than they should be, like they had weight to them. My bedroom was in the basement. I hated it from day one, but my older sister got first pick of the upstairs bedrooms, and my dad said the basement room was bigger anyway, so I should be happy. I wasn't. The walls were this dingy beige color, and there was only one small window near the ceiling that let in barely any light. My dad hung some of those glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, thinking it would make me feel better, but they just looked sickly and weird in the darkness. What happened that night still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was the middle of winter, probably around January or February. I'd gone to bed around 9 o'clock like usual. I remember I was wearing my favorite dinosaur pajamas and had my stuffed triceratops tucked under my arm. I must have been asleep for a few hours when something just woke me up. You know that feeling when you suddenly realize someone is watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. My eyes shot open, and I was instantly alert, not groggy like when my alarm would go off for school. The basement was pitch black, except for the dim green glow of my alarm clock, which read 3:17 in the morning. I lay completely still, barely breathing, straining my eyes to see in the darkness. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, and unusually cold. I swear I could feel someone's eyes on me, watching from the corner of my room where my toy chest sat, but I couldn't see anybody. "Hello?" I whispered, immediately regretting making any sound at all. Nothing answered, but the silence somehow felt alive, listening. The longer I lay there, the more convinced I became that something was in my room with me. I decided I needed to get out, so I came up with a plan. I'd go upstairs to use the bathroom, then maybe wake up my mom. She always understood when I was scared, even if my dad would just tell me to man up. I threw off my covers and made a beeline for my bedroom door, not looking back at the dark corner that seemed to be watching me. Just as my hand touched the doorknob, it happened. My bedroom door, which had been slightly ajar, suddenly slammed shut with such force that it felt like the whole house shook. I stumbled backward, almost falling on my butt. It wasn't the wind. The house was closed up tight for winter, and it wasn't like the door just swung shut. It slammed like someone had put their full weight against it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I grabbed the doorknob with both hands and pulled. It wouldn't budge, not even a little. I pulled harder, using my entire body weight, planting my feet against the wall next to the door frame for leverage. The door actually bowed inward a little from how hard I was pulling, but it still wouldn't open. It was like someone much stronger than me was holding it shut from the other side. "Mom!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Dad, help me!" I kept screaming and banging on the door with my fists until my throat hurt and my hands were sore. No one came. The house was completely silent, except for my panicked breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I was sobbing, still yanking desperately at the doorknob, when suddenly it gave way. The door flew open so abruptly that I fell backward onto the floor. I scrambled to my feet and bolted up the basement stairs, taking them 2 at a a time, not daring to look behind me. The upstairs hallway was dark and quiet. I ran straight to the bathroom, flipped on the light switch, and slammed the door shut behind me. I sat on the edge of the bathtub, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. The bathroom was the only place I felt safe. It was small, brightly lit, and had no dark corners where something could hide. After I calmed down a little, I knew I couldn't stay in the bathroom all night. I needed my parents. Their bedroom was just down the hall, so I crept to the bathroom door, opened it a crack, and peered out. The hallway was empty, but somehow the shadows between me and my parents' door seemed darker and more menacing than they should have been. I took a deep breath and ran to their door, turning the knob without knocking, but it was locked. They never locked their door. Never. "Mom, Dad," I called, knocking softly at first, then banging harder when nobody answered. "Please wake up, something's wrong." I pressed my ear to the door but couldn't hear anything, not even snoring. It was like the room was empty or soundproofed somehow. I kept knocking and calling for what seemed like forever. My knuckles were raw and my voice was getting hoarse. Eventually, I slid down against the wall next to their door, hugging my knees to my chest. I was too terrified to go back to my room and too afraid of the darkened hallway to try getting to my sister's room at the other end. So I went back to the bathroom, closed and locked the door, and turned on every light. I grabbed a towel from the rack to use as a blanket and curled up on the bath mat. I left the water running slightly in the sink, just to have some noise. I don't think I slept at all, just stared at the door, jumping at every little sound in the pipes or the house settling. When morning finally came, I heard movement in the hallway. My mom getting ready for work. I unlocked the bathroom door and practically fell into her arms, sobbing all over again. "Honey, what on earth? Why aren't you in bed?" she asked, kneeling down to my level. Her face showed genuine confusion. Between hiccuping sobs, I told her everything. The feeling of being watched, the door slamming and not opening, screaming for them, banging on their bedroom door. Her expression changed from confusion to concern as I spoke. My dad came out of their room, already dressed for work. "What's going on? Why is he crying?" he asked. Mum explained what I'd told her, and I'll never forget the look on my dad's face. A mixture of disbelief and annoyance. "That's ridiculous," he said. "We would have heard you if you were screaming and pounding on our door. You probably just had a nightmare and got confused." "I did not!" I shouted. "I was awake, the door wouldn't open, and I was yelling and yelling." My mom looked troubled. "We didn't hear anything, sweetie, not a sound all night." "But I was screaming so loud, and I knocked until my hands hurt." I held up my knuckles, which were still red. My dad just shook his head. "Enough of this nonsense. Go get dressed for school." But my mom kept looking at me strangely. Later, when Dad had left for work, she sat me down at the kitchen table with some cereal and asked me to tell her again exactly what happened. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. "I believe that you believe it happened," she finally said, which wasn't exactly the same as believing me, but it was something. "I'm not sleeping down there anymore," I told her firmly. "Something bad is in my room." She sighed. "Let's just see how you feel tonight, okay?" But that night, I refused to go to my room. I threw a complete tantrum, something I rarely did, crying and begging until my mom gave in and let me sleep on the living room couch. My dad was furious, saying they were encouraging my delusions and that I needed to grow up. They argued about it after they thought I was asleep. This went on for almost 2 weeks. I'd either sleep on the couch or sneak into the bathroom with a blanket and pillow after everyone went to bed. My dad would find me in the morning and get angry all over again. My grades started slipping because I was so tired all the time, and my teacher called home about it. The thing is, that wasn't the only weird thing that happened in that house. About a month after the bedroom incident, I was watching cartoons in the living room one Saturday morning. My mom was in the kitchen making breakfast, and my dad was out in the garage. Out of nowhere, The TV channel changed to some boring news program. "Mom, did you change the channel?" I called out. She poked her head around the corner. "No, honey. The remote is right there next to you." I looked down, and sure enough, the remote was sitting on the cushion beside me, untouched. As I reached for it to change the channel back, the TV suddenly went crazy, flipping through channels super fast, too quick for me to even see what was on each one. At the exact same time, the touch lamp next to the couch started turning on and off, cycling through all its brightness settings. I was frozen in place, remote in hand, watching this happen. Then I just got mad. I was tired of being scared all the time in my own house. "Stop it!" I yelled at the empty room. "Switch it back to my show and stop messing with the lamp." Everything stopped immediately. The TV flipped right back to my cartoon, and the lamp stayed on at its medium setting. The silence afterward was almost as scary as the activity itself, like whatever it was had heard me and decided to listen. For now, my mum came rushing in. "What are you shouting about?" When I told her what happened, she got that same troubled look again. She sat down next to me and admitted that she'd been experiencing strange things too. The kitchen light would turn off while she was cooking, not like a power outage, but the actual switch would flip down to the off position when she was standing right there. She'd thought it was faulty wiring at first, but electricians couldn't find anything wrong with the house. Eventually, after I'd spent almost 3 weeks sleeping anywhere but my bedroom, my parents finally moved my bed upstairs to a small office space next to my sister's room. My dad claimed it was because I needed better sleep for school, but I think my mom had finally convinced him something wasn't right about the house. We only lived there for another year before moving again for my dad's job. I never told my friends about what happened. I was afraid they'd think I was making it up or that I was crazy, but I know what I experienced. That house had something in it, something that didn't want me there, something that enjoyed scaring a little kid alone in the dark. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners ever experienced anything similar, or if whatever was there was somehow focused on me specifically. All I know is that to this day, over 20 years later, I still can't sleep in complete darkness. And I always make sure my bedroom door is propped open at night. Story 24. In the fall of 2013, I moved into a small condo on the outskirts of town. It was nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom with a small kitchen, living room, and a bathroom that barely fit a shower and toilet. But it was mine, and after years of roommates and shared spaces, I was grateful for the privacy. About a month after moving in, I started noticing something. It's hard to explain without sounding completely insane. At first, it was just this feeling of not being alone. You know that sensation when someone's watching you, like that? Except it didn't feel threatening. It felt weirdly comforting, actually. I'd be washing dishes or folding laundry, and I'd feel this presence beside me. Sometimes I'd catch movement in the corner of my eye, like someone walking past a doorway. I'd turn, but no one would be there. I'd check all the locks, convinced someone had somehow gotten in. But everything was always secure. After a while, I just chalked it up to living alone for the first time, and my imagination working overtime. Then things got weirder. I was lying in bed one night, scrolling through my phone before sleep, when I felt the mattress dip beside me. It wasn't subtle. It was exactly like when someone sits down on the edge of a bed. The weight shifted the mattress enough that I actually rolled slightly toward it. My heart nearly stopped. I froze, afraid to look. But when I finally mustered the courage to turn, nothing, just an empty space beside me. But the mattress was still indented, like someone invisible was sitting there. I should have been terrified. Anyone in their right mind would have been. But somehow I wasn't. The presence, whatever it was, didn't feel malicious. It felt familiar, like someone I'd known forever. I can't explain it, but I felt safe, protected even. Around that time, my boyfriend Mike started staying over more often. We'd been dating for about 8 months and things were getting serious, or so I thought. One night while we were watching TV, he suddenly got really uncomfortable. He kept looking around the room, especially at this one corner near my bookshelf. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He shrugged it off. "Nothing, just feels cold in here." It wasn't cold. In fact, my condo was usually too warm because the heating system was ancient and only had 2 settings, off and sauna. This happened a few more times. He'd get fidgety, distracted, once he actually got up and left in the middle of dinner, claiming he wasn't feeling well. I started noticing he was making excuses not to stay over as much. Finally, after a particularly uncomfortable evening where he kept staring at empty doorways, he admitted, "I don't know what it is about this place. It just feels unwelcoming, like I'm not supposed to be here." I never told him about what I'd been experiencing. I was afraid he'd think I was crazy, or worse, that I'd validate whatever he was feeling and make him even more uncomfortable. So I just nodded and suggested we spend more time at his place instead. About 2 months after the mattress incident, I was home alone working on a paper for my environmental ethics class. Mike was out with friends, and I was glad for the quiet. I'd been pulling all-nighters for a week trying to finish this assignment, and I was running on coffee and determination. Around midnight, Mike texted to say he was pretty drunk and would be crashing at our friend Dave's place instead of coming over. I was relieved, honestly. I needed to focus, and his snoring would have been a distraction. I finished my paper around 2 in the morning, locked up the condo, and collapsed into bed without even changing out of my sweatpants and t-shirt. I fell asleep almost instantly, but woke up some time later. I'm not sure exactly when, but it was still dark out. I was lying on my side, facing away from the door, when I felt something. A hand gently caressing my hip. The touch was so tender, so familiar. In my half-asleep state, I assumed Mike had changed his mind and come over after all. I thought you were staying at Dave's," I murmured sleepily. "Come cuddle." The caressing stopped. I rolled over, expecting to see Mike, but what I saw instead made me freeze. There was someone there, a silhouette in the darkness, tall with broad shoulders like Mike's, but something was off. I couldn't make out any details in the darkness, just a shadow darker than the rest of the room. "Mike," I whispered, my voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it slowly turned and walked toward my bedroom door. I sat up, suddenly wide awake and confused. "Hey, wait!" I called out, not too loudly, because part of me was still assuming it was Mike being weird. The figure continued through my doorway and into the hall. I jumped out of bed and followed, flipping on my bedroom light as I went. But when I reached the hallway, it was empty, completely empty. My condo is small, with creaky floorboards throughout. There's no way someone could have moved through that hallway without making noise, and they definitely couldn't have made it to the front door and unlocked it in the seconds it took me to follow. My heart was racing now, adrenaline fully kicking in. I checked every room, which didn't take long in my tiny place. No one in the bathroom, no one in the kitchen or living room. The front door was still locked, deadbolt and chain intact, all windows closed and locked. I even checked the closets and under the bed, feeling like I was in some cliché horror movie. Nothing. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to make sense of what had just happened. I hadn't been drinking. I wasn't on any medication. I'd been tired, yes, but not hallucinating a person tired. What I'd seen and felt had been real, or at least it hadn't been a dream. The strangest part, I wasn't afraid. Confused, yes, questioning my sanity, absolutely, but not scared. That same feeling of familiarity and safety was still there. Whatever, whoever I had seen, I somehow knew they meant me no harm. I grabbed my phone to check the time. Almost 4 in the morning. I also had a text from Mike sent around 3, saying he was having a great time at Dave's and they were still drinking. So it definitely wasn't him in my bedroom. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. I kept the lights on and tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was an especially vivid dream. Maybe the stress of school and my relationship was manifesting in weird ways. Maybe my condo was built on an ancient burial ground. Okay, I didn't really think that one. About a week later, Mike and I were at my place. Things had been tense between us. I later found out he'd been cheating on me with a girl from his office, but I didn't know it yet. We'd been arguing earlier that evening about something stupid, and neither of us wanted to sleep in the same bed, but it was too late for him to drive home. So we made a pallet on my living room floor with some blankets and pillows and slept there. In the middle of the night, Mike started making these horrible choking sounds. I woke up to find him lying there, eyes wide open and terrified, but completely unable to move. His body was rigid, and he was making these strained grunting noises like he was trying to scream, but couldn't. I shook him, calling his name, and after what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, he gasped and sat up, grabbing onto me like he was drowning and I was a life raft. "There was someone here," he panted, looking wildly around the room. "Someone was sitting next to you. Right there." He pointed to the space beside me on the makeshift bed. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean? We're the only ones here." "No," he insisted, his voice shaking. "I saw it. A shadow. A man, I think. He was sitting right next to you, touching your hip." He demonstrated the caressing motion, exactly the same as what I had felt that night. I tried to scream, tried to move, but I couldn't. It was like my body was paralyzed, and it was looking at me. I couldn't see its face, but I knew it was looking at me. I didn't know what to say. Mike had never heard about my experience. I'd never told anyone, and now he was describing exactly what had happened to me, down to the caress on my hip. "It was just sleep paralysis," I said, trying to sound calm. "It's common. Your brain wakes up before your body does, and sometimes it causes hallucinations." Mike didn't believe me. He insisted on leaving right then at 4 in the morning. We broke up 2 weeks later when I found messages from the other woman on his phone. After we split, the strange occurrences continued, but they changed somehow. I'd feel the presence more often, especially when I was upset or stressed. Sometimes I'd come home to find a particular photo of my late grandmother moved to a different spot, or I'd wake up with my childhood stuffed animal next to me when I knew I'd put it away in the closet. Years later, I went to a tarot reader with a friend, just for fun. I'm not particularly spiritual, but my friend had just been dumped and wanted a distraction. During my reading, the woman stopped suddenly, looking at the cards with a strange expression. "You have a protector," she said, "a soul that's connected to yours from a past life. Someone who died young before their time with you was complete." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. "He watches over you," she continued. "He's been guiding you, protecting you from those who would harm you, especially men with false intentions." She looked up at me. "Does this make sense to you?" It did, all too well. I told her about some of my experiences, and she nodded like it confirmed everything. "He was fulfilling his purpose," she explained, "guiding you to your true path. I sense he's moved on now, though. His work is done." As crazy as it sounds, that made sense too. The presence had faded over the past year or so. Around the time I'd made some major life changes, going vegan, getting involved in environmental activism, breaking away from toxic friendships that had been holding me back. It was like once I found my footing, the presence didn't need to guide me anymore. I still think about him sometimes, my guardian, my protector, whatever or whoever he was. I wonder about our connection in a past life, what might have happened to cut it short. Sometimes when I'm alone in my condo at night, I'll say thank you out loud to an empty room, just in case he can still hear me. The logical part of my brain knows there are probably rational explanations for everything I experienced. Stress, an overactive imagination, old building noises, the power of suggestion. But there's another part of me that knows what I felt, what I saw. The inexplicable comfort of a familiar presence that had no reason to be familiar, the warning against a man who was indeed hurting me behind my back. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But it happened. And even now, years later, sometimes I still catch movement in the corner of my eye and wonder if he's checking in on me, making sure I'm still on the right path.